Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream and watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's the final of the T20 World Cup for 2022. It's Pakistan and England from the mighty MCG. After weeks of T20 cricket, it comes down to this final game. Who will be crowned T20 champions? Well, in the next 3 hours, we'll find out. But thanks for joining us, everyone. It's great to have your company with us. And we're all raring to go for this final of this T20 World Cup. Both teams are singing their national anthems as we speak, and we're about to get this final underway. The weather looks good for the time being here in Melbourne. Let's hope it stays away for the duration of tonight's match. But thanks for joining us, everyone. It's sure to be an exciting final between two very good cricketing teams, and we're all in readiness for this final, and it's going to be an exciting game of cricket. As I mentioned, the weather looks fine. Both teams come into this final full of confidence. Obviously for Pakistan, full of confidence. They won their last 3 games. They won the semi-final against New Zealand, and they feel up and about for this T20 World Cup final. For England, they're full of confidence themselves. It was a brilliant win over India in the semi-final to book their place in tonight's final, to win that by 10 wickets. And they seem to be the favourites going into tonight's game. A lot of colour, a lot of green and green flags for Pakistan, a lot of red and white for England. It's a good crowd at the MCG. It's almost a sellout given the weather has been poor. But it's sure to be an exciting game of cricket. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We're nearly raring to go for this final between Pakistan and England from the MCG. Let's get to the comments. Ramesh, hello, hope you're well. You say, go England. Well, they're red hot at the moment, England, after what they did to India in the last game. MS Dhoni, welcome. You say the toss was crucial for England. Yes, it was. Given that there's a bit of weather around, bit of rain, obviously, bat second, chase down a total to see what you can do with the Duckworth-Lewis in play. So a very good tactical decision there from England. Very crucial. You've got to know what you're chasing, especially when it is weather around. So Pakistan will be batting first. And let's go through the teams and what's happened at the toss. England won the toss. They chose to bowl first in this final. No surprise with the weather and the rain around. The Pakistan team is unchanged from the semi-final against New Zealand. Azam, Rizwan, Masood, Ahmed, Nawaz, Shadab Khan, Wasim Shah, Rauf, and Afridi. For England, their team is unchanged from the semi-final. It's Butler, Hales at the top of the order, Salt, Stokes, Brook, Livingston, Ali, Sam Curran, Wokes, Jordan, and Rashid. And our on-field umpires and our officiating team for this evening for the final. On-field umpires, Kumar Messina, Maria Erasmus. Third umpire, Chris Gaffney. Fourth umpire, Paul Rifle. And match referee, Ranjad Malagali. So there we go. That's all the key information there that we need to know about the teams, about the officiating officials, the umpires. And we're raring to go. Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan walking out to the centre of the MCG. Raring to go to open the batting and to, well, get off to a good start. That's important for Pakistan. Their opening partnership hasn't fired all that much throughout this tournament, but it needs to fire tonight in the final. In a big game, you really got to put your best form into this game tonight, and that's for sure. They've got to do that. So Rizwan and Azam make their way out to the middle. And the MCG looking clear for the moment. So no rain around, which is good. We're all in readiness. We're all raring to go. We're all ready to get this final started. And let's not delay the start any further because we do know there's some weather around. Let's hope the weather stays away for the rest of this match. And we're moments away from this final getting started. And obviously very important for Pakistan and England to get off to a good start with both bat and ball in this final. And it's a repeat of what happened in 1992 between these two teams. And we're raring to go for this final. Joshua, welcome. You say there, I'm supporting England. Well, they are the favourites to win tonight. Can they do it, England? Can Pakistan do it as well? It's very important to get off to a good start. Here we go. The first over of this match of the final. It's going to be Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam to open the batting for Pakistan. I believe it's going to be Ben Stokes to open the bowling, as we've seen throughout this tournament at times. So he's going to bowl the first over of the final. Here we go. First ball, Stokes into Rizwan. This one's pushed down to mid-off for a single dot ball to begin proceedings of the final. And Pakistan will be hoping just to get into the game, and it's a no ball. Well, what a start. What a start this will be for Pakistan. A no ball. And it will be a free hit. No ball, free hit, as you say there, Joshua. Yes, overstepping, bit of nerves from Stokes. That's not the start that England needed. Here we go. Stokes into Rizwan. This one's down the leg side. An attempted pull shot there from Rizwan, but it's called a wide. A wide ball. It's still a free hit. And not a good start for England. Obviously, a fantastic start for Pakistan. A free hit and a wide. It's still a free hit because it's a wide. So Rizwan will be swinging very hard on this delivery. Here we go. Stokes into Rizwan. This one short. An attempted pull shot, hook shot from Rizwan. It crashes into his helmet on his grill. And in the end, Ben Stokes gets away with the free hits. No run. So a very good start indeed from Pakistan with those couple of wides and that wide and no ball free hit. Here we go. Rizwan in. So it's going to be Rizwan facing Stokes. Stokes in. Bowls. This one short down the leg side, and it's down to the fine leg boundary for a couple of runs. The fielder does well to cut it off. Alex Hales down there at fine leg. And Pakistan move on to 4 without loss. 2 balls into this final. Good start from Pakistan. Joshua says, hoping the weather doesn't rob the winning team. Well, let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope the weather stays away. Looks pretty good at the moment. Looks pretty clear in Melbourne. Stokes in. This one defended to point from Rizwan for no run. And very important for Pakistan today. This opening partnership is crucial. They need Azam. They need him and Rizwan to get the team off to a good start. They can't afford this opening partnership not to really make the most of this power play. And here we go. Stokes into Rizwan. This one's full and driven to mid-off for a quick single. He was out if it was hit. If it was a direct hit, he would have been out. Oh, risky running there from Rizwan. That would have been out if it was a direct hit. But for Pakistan, he survives. It was a quick single to mid-off. He just pushed it to mid-off for a quick single, Rizwan. Chris Jordan, a very good fielder. Oh, it nearly hit the stumps. He would have been gone if it was a direct hit. Tension early on in this final. It's exciting. Both teams are tense. Both teams are excited. Both teams are nervous. Whoever wins tonight will be T20 champions of the world. It's going to be Babar Azam, the captain, on strike for the first time this evening. And he will be looking to get Pakistan off to a good start in this final. His runs with Mohammad Rizwan are going to be the key. Here we go. Stokes into Azam. Past the umpire, he bowls. This one's full, and Azam defends it to point for no run. Very quiet start here from Pakistan. None for 5. A no ball and a wide from Stokes early on. And there's a very good crowd here at the MCG. Stokes in. This one's short. And Azam works this through backward point for a couple of runs at least. It's running away to the backward point boundary. It won't quite get to the boundary for 4. They'll come back for 3. Good running from Pakistan. It's the end of the first over. It's none for 8 after 1. Very good start from the Pakistan team in this final. It's important to get off to a good start. Joshua says, just get this Pakistan top order out. Well, they are critical. They're the key. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And I hope you are enjoying the match. For the time being, the weather looks good in Melbourne. We all know the weather's been the big talking point heading into this game. But the weather is holding fine. And the weather looks pretty good for the time being. Let's hope the rain doesn't come. For now, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty clear. Looks pretty good. So it's going to be Chris Stokes who's going to bowl the second over of this final. And he'll be looking to get an early breakthrough for England. And already none for 8 for Pakistan after the first over. It's been a good start. Just to get into the match, get their confidence up. Looking to just get into this match, ease their way into the game. And hopefully they can get used to conditions. Obviously the pitch undercovers. So I think for the bowlers, there'll be something in the surface for the bowlers if they can get it in the right areas and extract something out of the surface. So here we go. It's going to be Chris Stokes. He's had an okay T20 World Cup tournament thus far. And England will be hoping he can strike early in the second over of this final. Here we go. Stokes into Azam. This one's down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide. And England, they've got to be switched on with the bowling. They can't afford to bowl poor lines and lengths. That one down the leg side from Stokes, bit of a loosener. He needs to get back on to that good line and length there. That one going down the leg side. Azam just left it and went straight through to the keeper and Butler. Joshua, you say, who do you think will win? Well, both teams are capable of winning. When you look at it, both teams are coming off some very good wins in the semi-finals. I think England may have the slight edge tonight as Stokes into Azam. This one's full, driven through the covers to Sam Curran at short extra cover for no run. Going back to your question there, Joshua, I think, given England's very convincing victory over India in the semi-final, you would think they come in red hot favourites, and they do. So for them, you would think they are the favourites to win. But Pakistan, they can win as well. It's anyone's game as Stokes into Azam. This one's full, driven to mid-off for no run. Dot ball. And good pressure being built here from Stokes after the wide. 2 dot balls to begin this over. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's well, and I hope everyone's excited for tonight's game. It's T20 World Cup final. The rain, it's been a problem, but the rain has cleared for the time being in Melbourne. Stokes in again to Azam. This one's full and whipped through square leg for a single. And another run onto the total for Pakistan. They move on to 10 for no loss. It's a good start in this T20 World Cup final. Well, let's have a look at some of the stats between Pakistan and England T20 internationals. Well, 17-9 in favour of England head-to-head. The record of the both teams in Australia. England have won 7 games in Australian T20 cricket. Pakistan have won 4. which is not a bad record, obviously. That counts for this year's T20 World Cup, those stats. But for both of these teams, they do play very good T20 cricket. And we saw that before this tournament when they played in that 7-game series in Pakistan. Wokes in. This one's full. Inside edge. It trickles out to fine leg for a single. The leading run scorer between the two countries in T20 cricket, Babar Azam, no surprise there, 560. Leading wicket takers, Graham Swan, Adil Rashid from England with 17. Most dismissals, Butler and Safraz Ahmed with 6. Most catches, Earl Morgan with 12. Most matches, Adil Rashid with 18. And the first T20 national that these two sides played in was back in 2006. Wokes into Azam. This one's over the top of mid-on, and he will get a single in the end. Just nearly out of reach there of Chris Jordan at mid-on, but he gets a single nonetheless, Azam. And Pakistan off to a very promising start. Joshua, you're saying need to restrict them below 150, 160. Yes, as we have a look at the ground staff, they've got the weather radars out as Wokes in to Rizwan, works this to mid-wicket for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's none for 12 after 2. It's a very good start from Pakistan as they look to get into this final, look to get into the game, look to ease their way into the game, and hopefully they can really come out on top and look to get a very competitive total. We know for Pakistan, the opening partnership is the key today. And also the opening partnership for England is the key as well. So a lot riding on Rizwan and Azam's shoulders right now. None for 12. It's a very good start after 2 overs. England looking to ease their way into the game as well. So it's going to be Sam Curran changing the bowling. Stokes is out, and Sam Curran has replaced him. He's going to bowl to Azam. He's in, he bowls. This one's full. Outside off stump. Azam went for a drive outside the off stump. Playing a miss straight through to the keeper for no run. Sam Curran looking for some early swing with the left arm over the wicket angle into the right-hander. That one's just pushing across Azam, the right-hander. So we'll be hoping to swing it back in if there's a bit of movement on offer. But very good start from Curran. Dot ball to begin his over. So here we go. Curran in to Azam. Bowls. This one's full again. Driven through the covers from Azam for a single. They're looking for 2, but in the end, they'll just settle for 1. And the score moves on to 13 without loss for Pakistan in this final. It's been a very promising start from them, but they've got to make it a big one, this opening partnership, if they are to have success. Now, let's have a look at more T20 stats between these two countries. These two teams like to bat big, obviously. A lot of 200-plus totals. Pakistan's got the highest total between the two teams. Curran into Rizwan. This one's full. Whipped off his pads behind square on the leg side for a single. Looking for 2. They'll come back for 2. Good running. You can run a lot of 2s and 3s here at the MCG. It's quite a big ground. As I was saying before, these two teams love a big score and a big total. And as we can see there, Pakistan, highest total between the two countries. 6 for 232 they scored against England. That was at Trent Bridge last year. So these two teams love to score a big score. So Pakistan will be hoping to get a score of nearly up to 200 there. Curran in to Rizwan. This one's chopped behind square to backward point for a single. And Rizwan moves on to 7 off 9. It's a very good start from him. None for 16 for Pakistan in the final. Gaurav, hope you're well. Who am I supporting tonight? Well, interesting question. I'm not sure, Gaurav, but I do think England have the slight edge. Obviously, full of confidence after the win against India. But you never know. As Curran's in to Azam, this one's a play and a miss. Outside off stump, trying to cut that through point. Play and a miss, straight through to the keeper for no run. A lot of Pakistan supporters in, and they'll be hoping the team can win this T20 World Cup. It's been a bit of an up and down tournament for Pakistan, but they managed to get to the final after all hope was lost. After they lost the first 2 games of the tournament, people thought, well, that was the end of their semi-final and final hopes. Curran into Azam. This one jags back on the seam into the 5 air of Azam for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's none for 16 after 3. It's a very sedate start from Pakistan, but as I mentioned, they're looking to get into this final, looking to get into the game and see what they can do at the latter half of this innings. But to answer your question, Gaurav, I think England may have the slight edge this evening. But Pakistan, you never know. They can always bring a surprise. But it's going to be a very interesting, fascinating game tonight as we hope the rain stays away. Joshua says interesting stats. Well, thank you, Joshua. We tend to do our research here. Chris Woakes back for his second over. The Sports Breakdown. Powan, hope you're well. You say go Pakistan. And you also say hope Babar and Rizwan get off to a good start. Well, at the moment, none for 16 looks pretty promising. So they're just easing their way into this game. Thanks for joining us, everyone, as we're covering the final of this T20 World Cup for 2022. Pakistan and England from the MCG. The rain is holding for the time being. Chris Woakes into Azam. Into Rizwan, sorry. He bowls. This one's forward, and Rizwan pulls this over square leg for 6, I think. It is 6. It's gone all the way for a maximum. The first 6 of the final. And it was a very good shot from Mohammad Rizwan. He signaled his intentions. Well, a little bit short there from Woakes. And as Rizwan was able just to pull that over deep backward square leg for 6 into the crowd of Pakistan supporters who are holding up their flags and their 6 signs. They're cheering for that maximum. The first one of the final. And already pressure on Woakes in the first ball of his over. He's got to come back strongly here. Joshua says, which is better, opening partnership, Butler and Hales or Azam and Rizwan? That's what this match is about. Excuse me. Indeed. Chris Woakes in again to Rizwan. He's up, he bowls. This one's short of a length, and Rizwan was able to work it to point for a single. And that's good. Very good batting. 7 runs off the first 2 balls. Well, yes, it is. It will come down to the opening partnerships tonight. Whoever can weather the storm and get through the tough initial period, I think will be a good chance of winning tonight's game. And we know with Pakistan, they do rely heavily on Azam and Rizwan, but very good signs in the semi-final against New Zealand. They were able to score runs and get the team over the line. So they will need to do that tonight. None for 23 is a very good start, but they've got to go on with it. Woakes again into Azam. This one's full, and Azam works it to mid-on for a single. And he moves on to 7 off 11. Pakistan none for 24 with 3 balls left of the 4th over. Very promising start from Pakistan. Chris Woakes in for his 4th ball of the over to Rizwan. He bowls. This one's full. Rizwan works it to mid-wicket, halfway down the pitch. Azam says no run. He's been sent back. No damage done. No run out. Pakistan are still none for 24. That one was a bit of a knuckleball, I think, there from Woakes, looking to take the pace off. Butler behind the stumps, the captain. He'll be nervous. First T20 World Cup final as captain for England. Woakes in to Rizwan. Works this to cover for a quick single. Very good from Pakistan, rotating the strike nicely. Looking to get those 1s and 2s if they can. Jay says, hello, everyone. Recovering from the lost steal. Oh, yes. Well, India did not really play well, Jay. It was a very underwhelming performance. But that's the way it goes. It just wasn't their year. In England, they were pretty much on from ball one. As Wokes in, last ball of the over to Azam, who whips him over mid-wicket. Is it going to go to the boundary? No, it's not. Chris Jordan will reel it in, and they'll come back for 3 runs to end the over. It's the end of the over, none for 28 after 4. It's a very good start from Pakistan as they look to win their second T20 World Cup. Their first one was back in 2009. That was in England where they won that title. And for England, they won the title back in 2010 in the Caribbean. So it's 12 years ago since England last won a T20 World Cup. Can they break the drought tonight? Joshua says, good running. Indeed it was. You've got to run a lot of 2s and 3s here at the MCG. You can't afford to not capitalize on the big boundary square of the wicket. Gaurav says, Pandya could be full-time T20 captain for India. Well, Rohit Sharma's definitely under pressure, that's for sure. John, good evening. Good evening, John. I hope you're well. As Sam Curran continues to Azam. This one's worked behind square on the leg side to short fine leg for a quick single. Very good running from Pakistan. It's a very promising start. Mohammad Rizwan, I think he got hit by the ball there, I think. He's just grabbing his eye a little bit there after he went for the dive for the single. Jay says, where's Gabe? Yeah, Jay, he did say he was streaming. I did see the stream on the channel, but all of a sudden it's gone. So I don't know what's going on. I think he'll join. He'll definitely come, I think. I don't know, maybe because I was streaming and he thought, well, you know, we don't want to clash or something like that. I don't know. I did message him earlier, but I didn't get a response. We'll see what happens, but I'm sure Gabe will turn up very shortly. It is the early hours of the morning over there, around about nearly 12:30 over there. So maybe he's just getting ready, getting set up, and he'll join us shortly. I don't know, Jay, but I don't think he'll want to miss the final, that's for sure. But for the time being, the weather's good. Everyone wants to know about the weather. The weather is good for the time being. Looks okay at the MCG. And Sam Curran, he's had a pretty good T20 World Cup thus far. I'm pretty sure he's in the team of the tournament. I'm pretty sure the ICC have already announced that team of the tournament. And I think we had a look at it before on the coverage. A lot of Pakistan supporters, a lot of England supporters, a lot of people in at the MCG tonight. It's great to see the rain has held off for the time being. And a lot of colour, a lot of people who are excited and enthusiastic about cricket. And that's what you want to see. And so far, so good for Pakistan. But they'll need to continue on with this great start. Here we go. Sam Curran into Rizwan. This one's an inside edge. And Bolden knocked him over. The first wicket of the final. It is the dangerous Mohammad Rizwan. He is gone. And Pakistan lose their first wicket. And Sam Curran does the damage again for England. He strikes early. That's the important breakthrough for England in this final. An inside edge, the ball wide of the off stump. He went to drive it outside off stump through the covers. He got an inside edge with that angle from Sam Curran. The left arm over the wicket to the right-hander. That one didn't come back in, but it was an inside edge from Rizwan. He's got to go. He's gone for 15, Rizwan. That's the end of his final tonight. And Pakistan lose their first. They're 1 for 29. Gaurav says inside edge, and Jay says inside edge there as well. John says if England get over the line, they have a lot to thank Curran for. They do. You know, he's been pretty good with the pitches in this T20 World Cup. They have offered a bit of assistance for him. And you can see that with the way he's been bowling, Sam Curran. And definitely this MCG wicket does have a little bit of grass on it. It's been under the covers for quite a few days now. Mohammad Harris is the new batter for Pakistan. He's been pretty good. since he came into the game against South Africa, he's been pretty good. He'll be the key here to get a partnership with the skipper at the other end. Pakistan don't want to lose back-to-back wickets early in this final. Jihan says, get Babar Azam and it's game over. As Mohammad Harris gets ready to face his first ball of this final. Here we go. Sam Curran into Harris. Past the umpire. He bowls and Harris hits this straight to mid-off for no run. That shot was hit with some power. Looking to get on with it and put the foot down. Let's have a look there. That was too wide there from Mohammad Rizwan. He went reaching for the ball outside the off stump. And if you do that, you know what's going to happen. You're going to get an inside edge onto the stumps and play on. And that's what Rizwan did there. So big wicket for Sam Curran and big wicket for England in this final. They know how dangerous he can be. They've got him out early, but Pakistan has still got a lot of batters in the shed. Curran into Harris. He glides this, works it to short third man. He was looking for a quick single. In the end, it's a dot ball, and there is no run. Joshua says, England doing well without Archer. Well, yes, they tend to do well without him, but let's hope Jofra Archer can come back. Adil Rashid did the fielding there at short third man. In the end, he was safe, Harris, well in his ground. Dr. Jihan, yes, I did. Yeah, quite bizarre, actually. With Glenn Maxwell there. Curran into Harris. Swing and a miss, straight through to the keeper for no run. Yes, I did hear about that, Jihan, about Glenn Maxwell. Broke his leg at a birthday party, yes. And Sean Abbott has replaced him in the T20 World Cup squad. Sorry, not the T20 World Cup squad. The 50-over squad for the series against England, which starts next Thursday. So that's not ideal for Glenn Maxwell. What is it with freak accidents? Josh Inglis on the golf course. The club snapped in his hand and sliced his hand open. And now Glenn Maxwell tripping over at a birthday party and broke his leg. Curran into Harris. This one's left, straight through to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the 5th over. It's 1 for 29 after 5. 1 over left of the power play. A very good start from England with the early wicket of Mohammad Rizwan. Jihan says Gabe is convincing umpires to make players play in the pouring rain. He puts safety first, obviously. Yes, I don't know where Gabe is. He was meant to live stream today. I sent him a message, obviously, but I don't know where he's gone. So maybe he's getting ready. Maybe he's getting set up and he'll join. I'm not sure. But obviously Gabe, he was passionate in that video that he did with Nick the other day, of course, talking about this T20 World Cup thus far. It's been quite an interesting one, and it comes to its end tonight, hopefully. Hopefully we don't have to come back tomorrow. The weather's holding for the time being. Wokes back into the attack. He will bowl to Azam, and Azam flicks it straight to mid-wicket for a dot ball. But thanks for your comment there, Jihan. Joshua says, classic Maxwell. Well, it's unfortunate. It's a freak accident. Jay says, rain predicted for today. Yes, there is, but at the moment, Jay, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty clear at the moment. Let's hope the rain doesn't come. But at the moment, you know, it's a good start that we got the game going. Wokes into Azam. This one's short, down the leg side and pulled away and helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. And that was a poor delivery from Chris Wokes. Got the treatment down the leg side, and Azam helped it on its way down to the fine leg boundary. Fine leg was inside the circle at short fine leg, and he was able to work it past him for 4 runs down to fine leg. Not getting the line right there, Wokes. You've got to be on your line and length tonight in a final. You can't afford to be a bit wayward and a bit expensive. Poor delivery. Ben Stokes, his reaction says it all. Wokes into Azam, who flicks this over mid-wicket. It will fall safe. They'll come for a single. No damage done. Garau says he has gone to order umbrellas for players in case it rains. And Jay says in tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is rain as well, but let's hope the rain stays away, and let's hope we get the game finished today and get a winner. That's been the big talking point of this whole tournament, that's for sure. John says, Maxi, a few too many beers and then on the bouncy castle. It looked like that, John, but apparently he tripped over. He was with another friend of his and they tripped over together or something like that, and he broke his leg. Anyway, as Jihan says here in the report, it says it was understood both men were not intoxicated, which is very important to know, apparently. Thanks for that, Jihan. He did say that. He just tripped over, that's all. Wokes into Harris, who's yet to get off the mark. He's in. This one's short. Harris, inside edge, just short of backward point. And it's a dot ball. Something for the England bowlers in this surface. It's got a bit of grass on this surface here at the MCG, which we've noticed. And it's been pretty good. The wicket over the last few years or so, it hasn't been good. That one just falling short of backward point. One bounce to Phil Salt. Inside edge there from Harris. The bat sort of came down at a diagonal angle, which is always a bad thing to do. Otherwise, you are going to edge the ball. In the end, no damage done. Wokes in to Harris. And Harris, swing and a miss. Nearly bowled him. Went straight through to the keeper for no run. Gaurav says, same mistake like India. Conservative approach and nervousness. Yeah, obviously, you can't be conservative or nervous tonight. The players will be nervous. Of course, it's a T20 World Cup final. You want to do well and win. Both teams will be tense, but it's how both teams handle the nerves and handle all the pressure that has come into this game. That will be the biggest test for both teams. But so far, so good. Both teams look to be a little bit nervous, but as we get into the match, we get into the game, the nerves will start to dissipate, hopefully. Wokes in. Last ball of the power play to Harris. This one's down the leg side and it'll be a wide. Hasn't quite got his line right tonight, Chris Wokes. Joshua says England would be the first team to win ODI and T20 if they win this, right? Well, there have been many teams that have done the double, actually, that have won a World Cup and a T20 World Cup before. So I don't think England will be the first team to achieve that. As Wokes in. Last ball of the over to Harris. And Harris flicks this over. Short, fine leg for 4. What a way to end the power play. It's the end of the power play. 6 overs done in the book. It's 1 for 39. It's an okay power play from Pakistan. But the main thing is they haven't lost too many wickets. They've only lost Mohammad Rizwan. Very good shot from Harris. He's been really good since he's come into the Pakistan side. Jay says Maxwell was not informed, so maybe Ashton Agar can replace him. Maybe. Well, Jay, it was actually Sean Abbott that's replaced him in the squad. So Sean Abbott's replaced him in the squad. So he will be playing in the ODI series against England, which starts next week on Thursday. So it's the end of the power play. It's going to be Ben Stokes back into the attack after the power play, which is a tactic that England go with, especially tonight. Here we go. Stokes, he's into Azam. This one's short, pulled away from Azam. Through deep backward square leg for a single. And the score moves on to 1 for 40. Joshua says they haven't lost Baba. No, he's the big wicket. And also Harris needs to be the sort of the aggressor. I think Babar Azam needs to, keep doing what he's doing. He's obviously the big, important batter here for Pakistan. As Stokes comes into Harris. This one's short. Harris pulls this to mid-on for a single. He moves on to 5 of 8. Let's have a look at the T20 World Cup stats between the two countries. And to be honest, they haven't played much before tonight's final. They've only played in 2 games before today's final. England won both of the games. So they lead 2-0 in T20 World Cups head-to-head over Pakistan. So the last time they met in a T20 World Cup match, as Stokes bowls to Azam, this one's short, pulled away to deep backward square leg for one, was back in 2010 in the West Indies. It's a long time ago. So a long time ago that these two teams have played in a T20 World Cup match. 12 years later, they're playing in the final at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Nice crowd in tonight. Good to see the people have turned up, given the rain and all that before the game. But the weather's holding, which is good. The weather gods smiling down on us. Stokes into Harris. This one short, attempted pull shot. In the end, it's a play and a miss. Marais Erasmus signals one for the over, lads, and gets away with that. Stokes wasn't a wide, one for the over. Goes straight through to the keeper for a dot ball. Went deep in the crease here. Harris looking to pull that. In the end, misses it completely. Stokes into Harris, who hits him straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Not quite 4 runs. It was nearly a boundary, but good fielding from England. They'll cut it off for a couple of runs. Nearly a boundary there. I got a little bit too excited there. Thought that was going to go to the boundary, but in the end, the fielder does well to cut it off for a couple of runs. It's quite a short boundary down the ground towards that members end of the MCG. Dr. Jihan says, how was that not a wide? Square leg umpire is asleep. Yeah. Stokes into Harris. This one's worked to find leg for a single. End of the 7th over. It's 1 for 45 after 7. And Pakistan. What's a good score for them? Well, I think they need something over 150 plus minimum and back their bowlers to take early wickets. That would be the plan. Yeah, going back to that wide, Jihan. Yeah. Well, could have been a wide. In the end, the umpire said 1 for the over above the shoulder. Anyway, that's the way it goes. Every umpire is different when it comes to adjudicating wides. If it was me, I would have called it a wide maybe. But in the end, the umpire didn't say it was a wide. Jay says, that's why if you don't protest against the umpire, don't give wides. So it's going to be a bit of leg spin into the attack. It's going to be Adil Rashid to bowl a bit of the leg spin. And obviously, he's done very well for England in this T20 World Cup. He's only taken 2 wickets, but he's done his job in terms of not conceded too many runs. He's in to Harris, who advances down the pitch. This is high in the air. Will it be caught? Ben Stokes takes the catch at long on, and that is the end of Mohammad Harris. And Pakistan lose their 2nd wicket in the final. He went for the big shot, and he mistimed it completely. Well, he went down the pitch there, Harris, and didn't quite get enough elevation on that. Straight to Ben Stokes down at long on. And Adil Rashid, first ball into the attack. He gets a breakthrough. Harris, he's gone. And he walks off for 8. It's 2 for 45. Pakistan have lost their 2nd wicket. Jihan says, if umpire Curley was facing, it would have been a wide. Gurau says, let's go England. Joshua says, a lot of short balls is expected because of the outfield distances. Yes. And that's where you really got to be smart about sort of the dimensions of the ground. If you bowl a lot of short balls, batters would tend to go for the pull and hook shot. And you can get caught on the big square boundaries, that's for sure. But very good plan there from Adil Rashid there. Tossed it up there. Hello, Han. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. And San Mashoud comes to the crease. He'll be on strike, the left-hander. He's had a reasonable T20 World Cup. Rashid into Masood, playing a miss. Outside, past his outside edge for no run. Well, Adil Rashid just dragged his length back there. He saw Harris coming down the wicket. Drag your length back as a leg spinner. Look him to make the pace on the ball. And in the end, he just hit it straight up in the air, mistimed it Good catch from Stokes at long on. Rashid into Masood, who whips this back to Rashid for a dot ball. Very good start from England. Pakistan, they've lost a couple of wickets early. Thanks for joining us as always, Han. John says the panic is starting to set in. Well, for Pakistan, the key is not to panic. Not to panic here. You've only lost a couple of wickets. Not to panic here. Just go about it sensibly. Rashid to Masood, who sweeps this through square leg for a single. That's good. Good batting. Get off the mark and settle the nerves. Yeah, going back on that Harris shot. Didn't quite time it at all. It was good from Rashid there. Good bit of bowling. Quite a big ground, the MCG. You've got to hit it well. You've got to time it well because we know if you don't, you're going to get out caught, and that's what happened. So Rashid, a very good over. 1 wicket, 1 run conceded. 2 balls left of his first and of the 8th. And we're nearly halfway in this fight. Here we go. Rashid into Azam. And Azam whips this through square leg for a couple of runs. If he wants it, he'll come back for 2. Rashid says, Grau says Rashid has bowled brilliantly in the last 3 games. He has. He bowled well in the last game against India, and he's bowled well here today. Already a good first serve from him. 1 ball left. Jay says, but you can play behind the keeper more finer. Yes, you can. You can. Look to pick your angles and look to see where the fielders are at. Rashid in, last ball of the over. And Azam, yet again, tucks it around tucks it in the mid-wicket region, I should say, for a couple of runs to end the over. End of the 8th, the 50's up for Pakistan. They're 2 for 50 after 8. Can Pakistan repeat history? They won at this ground back in 1992 in that World Cup final. Can England win tonight's game? Well, they've gone about it very well. Jihan says maybe they'll only aim for 160 and back their bowlers to defend it. I think that's the plan, Jihan. I think that will be the plan. Because if the wicket has a bit of something in it, which we've seen, with all the rain around, the moisture from the surface coming through, if the grass is there on the wicket and their bowlers can extract something, I think Pakistan will back themselves to get early wickets. And for England, they've got to get through the initial power play overs of 6 overs, because if they get through that like they did against India, get off to a good start, then they've got this final in the bag. Chris Jordan is into the attack. Chris Jordan came in for Mark Wood in the semi-final. Mark Wood, Dawud Malan did not pull up for this game today, so they're missing this T20 World Cup final, which is a shame. But England going in with the same team and making sure they've got the best fit possible 11 possible, as Chris Jordan gets ready to bowl now to Masood, who works this through point for a single. Deep point does the fielding on the rope, and they'll only get a single. Joshua says this is the perfect time for Babar to find his form in this World Cup. Jay says, I don't think it's panic. You have to go hard if you want to keep up momentum. That's right. Han, you say, will rain affect this game? Well, at the moment, Han, it looks pretty good. The rain's not here at the moment, but rain is forecast for today and tomorrow. But at the moment, if we can get 10 overs of this first innings, I think we're going to get a full game in tonight. Maybe. It looks promising. Really does. Jordan into Azam. This one's short. Whipped off his pads down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Very good shot from Azam. Timed that well. 4 runs onto the total for Pakistan. Jay says, I think 170 is above par and at least needed. Joshua says, what's the highest score at the MCG? Well, interesting you asked that, Joshua. Let's have a look at the stats at the MCG and T20 Nationals. There you go, Joshua. There's the table. The highest score is 186. That was India when they played Zimbabwe in this T20 World Cup not long ago, a few days ago now. So Jordan into Azam, works this down to third man for a single. So going back to your question there, Joshua, right about, that 180 mark's been achieved here at the MCG. We also have a look at the highest run chases as well. The highest run chase is 169. That was chased down by Sri Lanka. The unsuccessful run chases, anything 180 plus hasn't been chased down at all at this ground. in T20 international history. As Jordan comes in to Masood. This one's short. Masood works it off his pads and his hip through square leg for a couple of runs. That's good running from these pair. From these pair, I should say. And that's what you got to do. Good running. Pick off the twos and the singles. You can do that. All run threes and fours here at the MCG. That's what you got to do. If you're not really hitting boundaries, you got to pick off the twos and threes square of the wicket. And that's what Masood and Azam did there. So here we go. 2 balls left of the 9th. It's Jordan. Raring to go for his 5th ball of the over to Masood. And Masood backs away to the leg side to give himself room to hit that through the covers for a single. He sent Masood back there, Azam. They were looking for 2, but in the end, it's a single. Jihan says, did you see Nick and Gabe's rant on India? Was hilarious. Labelled India chokers. I think they just got outplayed in the semi-medium paces were unaffected on a flat track in Adelaide. Yes, I did. Yes, I did, Jihan. I did watch that video, obviously. And it was very nice of Nick and Gabe to give me a shout out, obviously. I really appreciate their support. And thank you to everyone who subscribed because of that. I really appreciate that. As Jordan into Azam. This one's full driven to mid-on for no runs. The end of the over. It's 2:59 after 9. But yes, I did, Jihan. Purely with that game, as you did listen to my semi-final review that is already out on the podcast, India just didn't turn up. They didn't show up. They were timid. They were not willing to take risks. They weren't willing to be in the contest. And as soon as you have negative body language like that, you're not going to win a game of cricket. Look at England. They were up and about for it. And as soon as they saw India a little bit flat, not really in it, Hales and Butler said, you know what, we've got these guys now. And they just took them downtown. And it wasn't their night, India. And to lose by 10 wickets, it wasn't a great result for them. Rashid into Masood works this through mid-wicket for a single, looking for 2, and they'll get 2. Good running again from Pakistan. So, yes, I did see the video, Jihan. And to answer your question there, you got to give credit to England and T20 cricket. Whoever's good on the day will win the game. And England were better than India. And India have a lot of questions to ask themselves going forward. What's their direction as a T20 team? Do we invest in youth? Rashid into Masood, works this through the covers for a single. So they've got a lot of questions to answer, just like Australia. What's the direction? Do we go down the youth or the T20 specialist position sort of thing there? Hans says Pakistan don't look to have a good score right now if Duckworth Lewis Stern is a factor. Well, it was a pretty good toss for England to win, Han, because of that. But at the moment, it looks pretty good. No rain at the moment, so that's good. Rashid in to Azam, who works this down to mid-on for a single. Ben Stokes does the fielding there. So it was a good toss to win, I think, because if rain does come tonight, then you know what you need to chase. And England will go hard. We know that. Will it pay off tonight if that's the case? Here we go. Dil Rashid in again to Masood. This one's a full toss and swept behind square on the leg side. The deep backward square leg for a single from Masood. We know that Pakistan, they're very good players of spin. They play the sweep shot well and very well executed there from Masood for a single. We've got 2 balls left before the drinks break of this T20 World Cup final. Here we go. Rashid in to Azam. This one's worked to short fine leg for a single. Han says, if England win this World Cup, will that help or hinder the crowds for the ODI series versus Australia? I'll come back to that, Han, after this ball. Last ball before the drinks break. So Rashid in to Masood. Sweeps it. This one's down leg side. Nearly bowled him around his legs. In the end, it's a wide. And gets away with that. Masood, very lucky. But didn't hit his leg stump there. So here we go. Last ball of the over now. Before the drinks break. Rashid in. Works this. Pass backward point. He misfields. They'll come back for 2 to end the 10th over. And it's the end of the over, 2 for 67 after 10. It's time for the players to have a drink in this T20 World Cup final here at the MCG. Sorry, 2 for 68 after that over there. Go back to your question, Han. I don't think it will affect it that much. I think you'll still get people to watch the ODI series. It won't affect the crowds that much. Yeah, if England wins, so be it. But, I don't think it will affect the crowds. People in Australia, they'll still turn out to watch an ODI series. They'll still turn out to watch it, even if England win the T20 World Cup or not. So I don't think it will affect it too much. Garav says, and let's give credit to England's batting that day. Yes, they batted really well. Joshua says Pakistan need to improve the run rate. Yes, they do. Yeah, pretty much what I said there, John. Yeah. You say don't think it will affect the crowds either way. It would depend how many T20 fatigue the fans feel. And you say how much? Yeah. I think people are just sick of T20 cricket at the moment, really. So they'll just be glad when this T20 World Cup's over today. Jihan says, why have the crowds been so average? Are the public not interested in the Australian team anymore? Maybe, Jihan. Look, you know as an Australian supporter, and I know, and John knows, that the team has been not the flavour of the month. Let's put it that way. Because a lot of people are not happy with how Cricket Australia are running things and how the team's going about things. They're saying, we should have JL back and all this stuff. So no one's pretty happy about it. Ever since what happened in Cape Town, a lot of people haven't really come back to the game, to be honest. They've sort of lost interest. And let's be honest, every Australian summer, it's lost something. It used to have a buzz in the air, but all of a sudden, cricket in Australia in the summer, it doesn't have the same feeling as it once had. That's just how I see it. It doesn't have the same buzz and excitement levels as we used to have in previous summers. So, that's the sign of the changing times, I'm afraid. But it's a lot of things, Jihan. The team, the way they're playing T20 cricket, people don't like it. People don't care for it. So, yeah, it's a lot of factors. Hans says, I was thinking more along the lines, I ain't turning up to Smart Pom's parade in a World Cup trophy, as Livingston comes into the attack, and good running there from Azam, picks off a couple of runs. I don't think it will affect the crowds all that often. Really, people still turn up anyway. You know how it is with Australia and England, Han, with supporters. They always like to give a bit of banter. Another single there from Azam. Livingston, 3 runs off his first over. Bit of leg spin again, or off spin. He bowls off spin and leg spin. Livingston, depends if there's a right-hander or a left-hander. Spinning the ball in or spinning the ball away. As Livingston gets ready to bowl his third ball. Jay says, I think this T20 World Cup was interesting. Yeah, it was. It was. From start to finish, it has been interesting. I think many people would agree with that. So here we go. Livingston now to Masoon. He's up. He bowls. Masoon down the pitch. Hits it straight back to Livingston for no run. Hans says, even the Ashes has lost the buzz. In Australia, it has, Han. Not so much in England because it's competitive. But when England come to Australia, it's lost the buzz. Livingston into Masoon, who smacks him down the ground for 4. Straight back past him, down the ground for 4. Very good shot from Shan Masoon. Pakistan lifting the run rate now. With the Ashes last summer, people said it was the worst ever Ashes series they ever watched in Australia. And it was, really, because England just didn't turn up and weren't competitive. Livingston in to Masoon. That one is going to be called a wide by Murray Erasmus, and he will signal wide. Poor delivery there from Livingston. Didn't quite get his line right there. So Livingston into Masoon, straight back down the ground. Is it all the way for a maximum? You better believe it. It's in the crowd for 6. And the Pakistan supporters wave their flags again. Masoon, 14 off the over thus far. And Pakistan looking to stamp their authority in this T20 World Cup final. Very good shot. Went down the pitch, hit him straight. And it's a short boundary at the MCG, straight at the wicket. Straight back down the ground. It's always a short boundary to that member's end. And he timed it well. 6 runs. Here we go. Livingston in to Masoon. Works this over. Backward point and short fine leg, or deep backward square leg, I should say, for a single. No, sorry, a couple of runs in the end. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 84 after 11. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's enjoying their day and the cricket, of course. It's been an exciting start to this final. Jihan says, are Australia dominating Test cricket again? But their white ball teams are languishing mid-table. Why is this? They were so dominant from 99 to 15. Yeah, Jihan. It's just different generations, I feel. You have different players that come in. You have different generations, different players that make a team good. And Australia are starting to play some good Test cricket again. But their limited over sides probably need a bit of a rethink. Rashid into Azam, and he's gone, caught and bowled. He's hit it straight back to him. First ball again from Rashid. He gets a wicket. That is the end of the Babar Azam's innings. The big wicket. The Barmy Army, the England supporters are up and about. They're waving the flags and, well, did not time that at all, Azam. Just chipped it straight back to Adil Rashid, who takes a very good caught and bowled. It's the end of Azam, the big wicket for England. He's gone for 32. It's 3 for 84. Not what Pakistan needed. Going back to your question, Gian. Yeah, just different generations, different style of players. The dominant era of the 90s, when Mark Taylor was captain, Steve Waugh, then the early 2000s. That's only a once-in-a-lifetime generation team. And it's very hard to replace that and get back to the top again. So it's going to be interesting in the next few years for Australia. When the current players retire, it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens. But as Itikar Ahmed comes to the middle, I should say, at the crease, he's taking guard. Looks like a leg stump guard there to me, scratching his guard, and he's ready to get on with the business of scoring runs if he can. He's had a pretty good T20 World Cup, reasonable. Scored a 50 in the game against South Africa at the SCG. Jay says that was a towering 6. It was. So Adil Rashid in to Ahmed. This one's short. Spins away from Ahmed. In the end, he defends it for a dot ball. Well, that was a wrong one. To get rid of Babar Azam, didn't quite recognize it or pick it. And in the end, it was his undoing. Hit it straight back to Rashid. Rashid into Ahmed. This one past his outside edge. Straight through to Butler for no run. Hans says, if England bought Dom Bess for the next Ashes, would the ground sell out with people wanting to see for themselves just how bad he is? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. As Rashid into Ahmed, playing a miss again. Straight through to the keeper for no run. He's getting a bit of turn, Adil Rashid. The leg spinner spinning the ball away from the right-hander. And that one did turn away. He went fishing for it, Itikar Ahmed. Just leave it. Don't need to play outside the off stump there. Ball's turned it away, so Rashid in to Ahmed again, who defends it. Straight back to Rashid for a dot ball. It's been a good over from Rashid. The wicket, and he's built the pressure nicely with dots since. Hans says, come on, England. Don't let the bad guys win this World Cup. Here we go. Rashid into Ahmed. Inside edge. And no damage done. It skews out to the leg side for a dot. It's the end of the over. 3 for 84 after 12. And Pakistan will be hoping that Ahmed and Masoon get them off to a very we can get a good partnership here and try and get the team back on track after the loss of wickets. John says, also think that the two touring side test series disappoints a lot of fans, especially 2 test series. Perhaps we could host 2 3 test series. We're not playing England or India. Yeah, that too. And look, the crowds will be slightly down because it depends who you're playing. They'll come out for test cricket, obviously, because they want to watch test cricket. But let's be honest, we're not going to get big crowds or sellouts in Perth and Adelaide for the West Indies series, are we? Because Australia are expected to win those series easily. Those test matches quite easily in the end. The test series against South Africa, you get a reasonable crowd as Ben Stokes comes back into the attack to Masoon, works this behind square to Butler for a single. But it's definitely lost its vibe a bit, the Australian summer, and also it keeps changing every year, and a lot of people just lose interest and say, well, it's not what it used to be. Well, the game will never be what it used to be because it always keeps changing in this world. Gaurav says, Rongan, no idea. Yes, it was. It was very well bowled from Adil Rashid. Han says, who is Adil Rashid? I only know of the player that Gabe called Radish. John says, so test series at home have been pretty one-sided to us, except for that Indian series. Yes, they have. And it will probably be a one-sided series again this summer against West Indies and South Africa, maybe. Jay says, that's interesting. Try lateral test series. Well, it has happened before, where a tri-series in test cricket has actually been played between Australia and England and South Africa back in the 1800s. And South Africa won that. And that was back in the 1800s. So maybe we could ask for it to come back. It's well over 100 years since that happened. But it has happened. Look it up in the history books. It's definitely there, that tri-series that Australia played with South Africa and England many, many years ago. And I think the final was at the Oval, and I think South Africa won. And they did. Looking back at that sort of series, which I did for a bit of research. So Ben Stokes getting ready to bowl his second ball, discussing the tactics, looking to see what they can do here, England, looking to take a wicket. Here we go. Stokes into Ahmed. This one short and a outside edge, is it? Yes, it is. He's gone. Good delivery from Stokes. It squared him up. He went to play at the ball, outside edge, and straight through into the gloves of Butler. Pakistan are 4 for 85, and they're well on top in the final now. That was a good delivery from Stokes. Ahmed played at it, outside edge, taken by Butler. Stokes strikes. England. They couldn't have dreamed of a better start in this T20 World Cup final. Ahmed's gone for a duck. Maybe that's a good sign for Pakistan. Get someone else who can up the tempo and the scoring. He looked a little bit scratchy at the crease for his short stay at the crease. And he's gone. Pakistan lose their 4th in this final. Hans says Australia dominated the 1990s and early 2000s because they had the greatest spinner of all time, maybe the best fast bowler of all time and the best wicketkeeper batsman of all time, lightning in a bottle. Yes, pretty much. So the new batter is Mohammad Nawaz at the crease. He's got a big job to do here with Masoon. 4 for 85. Pakistan are in deep trouble. And they need something. They need to get a score. 150 or something. 160. Something. Give them something to bowl at. You never know. You never know. With a bit of rain around, you never know. Depends on what sort of the Duckworth-Lewis Stearns score would be. Stokes into Shadab Khan, I should say. And in the end, they'll come through for a single. My mistake there. It wasn't Mohammad Nawaz. It was Shadab Khan. who batted well against South Africa, got that half century. They need that from him tonight, Pakistan, if they are to win this game. Yep, outside edge, shoulder of the bat, straight to Buttler. Very good line, very good length. Get the batsman on the front foot, get that outside edge, and he did. The shoulder of the bat. Easy catch for Buttler in the end. It was a straightforward catch. Here we go, Stokes into Masood, and Masood pulls this behind square on the leg side, down to backward square leg for a couple of runs. That's good running. They need a score here, Pakistan. Joshua says, that's it. Babar and Rizwan are gone. Surely England should win unless they choke. I wouldn't say it's necessarily over. Shadab Khan scored that half century in Sydney against South Africa. Masood's been pretty good. If they can get to a score here, get a partnership, something, 150, 160, something to bowl to. They've got bowlers who can take wickets, and England will know that. Here we go, Stokes into Masood. This one's guided nicely, past Buttler. He does well to stop it. Rashid does well at third man to cut it off for a single. For a couple of runs. Han says, why do you think that most teams have a home advantage, but Australia always play well in England? Well, pretty much, you pretty much know the conditions at home compared to your other opposition. So you know what to do in those conditions, whereas the opposition, they don't really know what to do. They don't really know how to handle those conditions. But Australia play well in England because we just do, because it's the Ashes and you want to do well in England. There's a quick single there from Shadab Khan to end the over. End of the over. It's 4 for 90 after 13. We've got 7 overs left of this first innings of the final. So far, so good. Rain has not come. Let's hope it stays away. Let's hope we get a winner. Otherwise, a lot of people won't be happy about that if it's shared. Going back to your question there, Han. Yeah, Australians play better in England because it's just the Ashes and you want to do well in England. Most players play county cricket, so they know the conditions there. And we just do better, I suppose. It's always been the case ever since the days that we toured England back in the day. We've always played well over there. And we've always had a good record in England. So overall in test matches, as Rashid comes back to bowl to Shadab Khan, this one's short, pulled away down to long on for a single. Garal says, I'm calling it. England will lift the trophy. Joshua says, will they reach the 150 mark? Well, they need a partnership, and these two are capable to get them there. So if they can get to that score, it looks like they've got a chance, Pakistan. They've got a good bowling attack. Rashid into Masood, full toss, and this one's hit straight back down the ground to long on for a single. John says, looks like some mist is coming in. Han says, Shaheen will be still a big factor with the ball. Yes, he will be. And England will know that because he can take wickets in that power play. With a bit of drizzle and a bit of moisture in the surface, he'll exploit that. Rashid into Shadab, who hits him straight back down the ground for 4. Much needed boundary for Pakistan. It's 4 runs in the book. Very good shot from Shadab Khan there. Jihan, say, you talk about a different generation, but Marsh, Maxwell, and Warner and Finch, Cummins, and Hazelwood Stark all played in the 2015 World Cup. What happened to James Faulkner? Rashid into Shadab Khan, works this through the covers for a single. I'll go to the James Faulkner one first. He had injuries, and then he sort of fell out with the selectors, and they probably said, well, we've got other people to do the role of an all-rounder in the team. As Rashid comes into Masood, this one's short. He glides this through point for a single, Masood. Pakistan will be looking to knock it around and looking to get some singles and twos and hopefully increase this score. At the moment, it's 4 for 98, and they need a lot more than that if they are going to win this evening. Going back to the Faulkner question there, Jihan. He just, selectors move on with players, and obviously, he just sort of, wasn't the flavour of the month. Rashid bowls to Khan, played a miss, nearly a stumping, but he kept the foot in his crease. End of the over, it's 4 for 98 after 14. We got 6 overs left. Can Pakistan get to that 150 mark? They're going to need every bit of that tonight. Going back to the other question you asked, Jihan. Obviously in 2015, we had a pretty good team. We also had Michael Clark, Shane Watson. We had Mitchell Johnson. We had Brad Haddon. It's just different players that come in, and the teams are different from year to year. Each cycle is different. So Australia will eventually go through that cycle where a lot of those players you mentioned will retire, and it's about who is coming through underneath. Can they do the job? That's the question. It happens every time with all teams in a natural cycle. Age, time catches up with you. Look at Aaron Finch. He was well past his best. So, we haven't been dominant for some time. We've been slipping a bit in the one-day rankings. As Jordan bowls to Masood. This one's a short ball, and I believe it hits him on the helmet. So we're going to have a check for concussion. Make sure he's okay. The physio will run out with his bag, and he'll sprint onto the ground to make sure he's okay. And let's hope he's okay. Thank goodness for helmets. Gaurav says, the reason India and Pakistan play so conservative in the knockouts is because of the huge pressure which in Australia or England will not have. India lost one match, and there are prime TV debates. Yes, pressure does come into it now. As Chris Jordan looking to get his first breakthrough of this final. Sam Masood, he's getting some treatment with a concussion test, making sure he's okay. That did hit him. It was a short ball from Jordan. Went through early with the shot and hit him on the side of the head there in the temple region. Hit him right on the grill, just right over the ear there. He looks to be okay, looks to be in good spirits. That's good, and he's okay. Han says, do you think that as a country, UK is the most home-like place that Australia would tour in, so it relaxes them a bit? I think so, maybe. Probably past Australian teams just probably feed off what's happened before with their history. Like, Bradman's Invincibles went there in 48 and won all the games. They had no problems at all because they were good and they excelled in those conditions. But I think playing an Ashes series in England, as an Australian cricketer, you want to play well in England and you want to win the Ashes in England. So it brings the best out of Australia, that's for sure. Jordan in. Masood advances down the pitch. He hits it straight to mid-on for a single. Looking for two for the overthrow, but in the end, it's just only a single. Jihan says, yeah, I think he had a drink driving conviction and some other troubles. That's James Faulkner there. Jay says, I think in 2015, other teams were weaker now. England, New Zealand has improved their white ball cricket a lot. They have, definitely England. It was sort of, pretty much rock bottom for them when they lost against Bangladesh in Adelaide in 2015. And ever since then, they've really improved their cricket, that's for sure, in one-day cricket. And also in T20 cricket. Jordan into Shadab Khan. One bounce down to third man for a single. Nearly carried to third man, but in the end gets away with it. Han says it's always easier when new players come in to an already good team. Lee, Gilchrist, Ponting, etc. all come into good teams. Coming into the dysfunctional T20 team is not easy. Not so easy. Yes, it is. That's right. It's not easy, but Australia's just going through that cycle. It's probably the same with India. They're going to go through a cycle where Kohli and all these greats will retire eventually. And it's just about the other players coming through. Are they good enough to play at this level? As Jordan comes in to Masood, who drives him through the covers, and it's racing away to the boundary for 4. What a shot there from Sam Masood, really putting the foot down. He's 33 off 22. Much needed boundary for the Pakistan team. Very good shot. Jihan says, I just don't think Australia have prioritised ODI cricket in particular. Too many players rest for the series, but never rest for IPL. Stark opted not to play in IPL, but he gets dropped for no reason. Yes. And that's the thing, I think it was a bad decision to make Pat Cummins as captain. Just before not a T20 World Cup, just before a 50-over World Cup next year, you want your captain playing every game, but it's not going to happen next year with Pat Cummins because we've got to go to India. Australia potentially got to play a WTC final against South Africa. Jordan into Masood, works it through the covers for one. They wanted two, but in the end, it was only a single. Good fielding there from England. Phil Salt out there in the covers. And then you've got an Ashes series as well. So, Pat Cummins ain't going to play, many ODI series next year because of those test series. And I think it was a wrong judgment call or error from Cricket Australia to name him captain. He's been good in the test side, but do you really want to take that risk in the ODI side as well? I thought maybe Travis Head could have been a captain or something like that because he captained South Australia in one-day cricket domestically. I know it's a different thing, but, you want someone who's going to be in the team permanently, not someone who's going to be in and out of the team like Pat Cummins or Stark or Hazelwood because they're the main test bowlers. Jordan in to Curran, pulls this behind backward square leg for a single. But, there's too much cricket on. And, of course, Australia are going to prioritise, test cricket because, especially next year, because we go to India, we want to win there. We haven't won there since 2004. And before that, we haven't won since the 60s, since Bill Lawry led that side. So Australia want to do well in India and finally break the drought over there. And then they want to win the Ashes in England, and then they want to win the WTC. So it's a lot of test cricket. And, of course, Australia would be prioritising, test cricket over ODI cricket in the lead up to the 50-over World Cup, which is next year in India in August. Ben Stokes back for his last over. And that was the end of the over. It was 4 for 106. We've got 5 overs left. Pakistan get up to a very competitive total here. Well, they need 150 plus. That will give them a chance with their bowling. It's definitely not going to be a straightforward. It's not going to be straightforward for them, but they've got to find a way to get through it. Stokes into Shadab Khan. He works this through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. That's good running. Pick off the 2s and 3s, square the wicket here at the G. It's a big boundary. Couple of runs there. John says, I've been through the cycle of Marsh, Lilly, Chappell retiring, then Warren, McGrath, JL, Hayden, etc. retiring. As Jack says, it's a cycle. Yeah, it pretty much is. And most teams will go through it. That one's down the leg side there from Stokes, and it's a wide. Many teams will go through it. Look at the West Indies. When Australia won against the West Indies in 1995, they nearly came to the end of their natural cycle as a cricket team. And it would have been nice if Australia did beat them in their pomp. But they won against them as they were reaching the natural cycle in that 95 series in the Caribbean. And Mark Taylor was able to lead the side to a victory and retain the Sir Frank Worrell Trophy for the first time in ages as Stokes bowls to Shadab Khan, misfield, and it's 4. Oh, dear, that was not good fielding there. 4 runs knocked into the rope. Pakistan will definitely enjoy that. Poor fielding there from the fielder there in the covers. Out there at deep cover. Just have a look there. Very good shot there from Shadab Khan. Let's have a look. The fielder, he got there, Phil Salt. He knocked it into the rope, though. Oh, dear. He made a meal of that. Oh, that was a straightforward stop. But in the end, he fumbled it. And he knocked it on into the boundary sponge for 4 runs. And he's not happy about that. Salt. Stokes into Shadab Khan. Pulls this one short on his pads for his square leg for a single. And it's been a very good start in this over from Pakistan. Han says, going to India is a culture shock. Going to England is like cold weather, Australia. Also, many have ancestors from there, so it doesn't seem like a foreign land, if that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense, really. Just feel like you're at home, basically. And a lot of players play county cricket in England as well, so they wouldn't be unfamiliar with the conditions. Most of the Test side play county cricket anyway, so it's like a second home to them, as you say there, Han. As Stokes continues to Masood, and he drives this through the covers for another single. They were looking for two, but in the end, they will settle for the single only. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. And it's an interesting final at the moment. 4 for 115 Pakistan. I think we're just delighted that the rain has not really played havoc with this T20 World Cup final, which has been good. We're already 16 overs in now, and already no rain in sight as Stokes continues to shut up Khan, who pulls him through square leg. Is it racing away to the boundary? It will not get there. Good fielding from Sam Curran. Will cut it off. They'll come back for two. Run out of the bowler's end. No, the throw was wide. In the end, they'll come back for a second run. No, 3 runs. My mistake. Good running from Pakistan. Says Brett Lee is the only player in recent times that I can think of that didn't even play in English domestic cricket. Yeah, I don't think he did either. But many players don't. But some players do get a bit of experience over there. So Ben Stokes, last ball of his spell, he's done pretty okay. Stokes into Masood. This one's short, pulled away outside off stump from Masood through mid-wicket for a single. End of the over, it's 4 for 116. We got 4 overs left of this final, of this first innings of the final, and Pakistan looking to get to that 150 score. Jihan says, I doubt Howes and Butler can slaughter the Pakistan bowlers in the same way they did to India. No, I don't think they can. It's a different pitch, different conditions. And Pakistan do have the pace, and they do have skillful bowlers, unlike India, which really was missing Bumrah in that game on Thursday. And it showed. So, the weather looking promising here in Melbourne. So far, so good. No rain. We're nearly finished the first innings, which is fantastic. A lot of people thought we wouldn't have gotten to this far into the game, given the storms and the weather that's been around Australia at the moment. But at the moment, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty calm. Let's hope that it stays that way for the rest of the evening. And let's hope we crown a winner tonight. And it would be good as Curran comes into the attack. And this one's pulled away through square leg for a couple of runs from Shadab Khan. In the end, they'll run 3. Good running. 2 more onto the total. Couple of runs there. 4 for 121 for Pakistan. Han says most of the better Aussie players have played in England a little. Yeah, they have. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone. And it's been an interesting final thus far. Here we go. Sam Curran into Masood. This one's a play and a miss. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Well, Sam Curran. One for 7 from his 2.2 overs thus far. Doing his role at the death. Here we go. Curran in to Masood. This one's whipped straight into the hands of mid-wicket. Livingston takes the catch. And Pakistan lose a wicket where they didn't need to lose one. Masood is gone for 38. Sam Curran gets his second. Good catch from the fielder there in the mid-wicket region. Didn't quite get enough elevation on that, Masood. Straight into the hands of Livingston. He's on his way for 38. It's 5 for 125. Not what they needed. Hans says, Hales and Butler demolishing Pakistan isn't the problem. It is Livingston, Salt, Moeen, Curran, and Jordan can also put up big runs. Unlike most teams, they don't rely on one or two batsmen. That's right, they don't. And they've got a role to play tonight in the second innings, obviously. If Pakistan, they lost a wicket then, but if they can get up to 150, I don't think it's going to be straightforward given the conditions and given the pressure of being a T20 World Cup final. It's a different kettle of fish. John says this World Cup needs a decisive winner. The alternative is reputed. Eardrums courtesy of a certain someone. Yes. As Mohammad Nawaz comes into the to the crease, doing some stretches, marking his guard, he's got a job to do. He's had an okay T20 World Cup. Nawaz, as he's rearing to go. Sam Curran, he's got his towel up. Here we go. In to Nawaz. This one's full, driven to mid-off for no run. And a dot ball for Nawaz. First ball of his innings. So we've got 3 overs after this. Pakistan need to get minimum at least 140, maybe 150. Because if they've got runs on the board, they'll back their bowlers. It's a bit of drizzle in the air, a bit of moisture. The surface has got a bit of something in it. Curran in, short ball to Nawaz, pulled away for his square leg for a single. And he is off the mark. He gets the strike over to Shadab. He's done pretty well. He's 20 off 12. Yes, going back to that, John. Yes, well, Gabe, he's passionate and he cares and he, just wants a result. That's all. And we hope the rain stays away. For the time being, it's not here at the moment, so it's pretty good. Jay says Pat Cummins gets demolished in IPL as well. He only plays for his batting. I think he isn't a good T20 bowler as he is in Test. Yes, it's a different format, different ways of going about it. Sam Curran in to Shadab. Tries to ramp this over the top of Butler. In the end, he misses it straight through to the keeper for no run. End of the over. It's 5 for 122. And we've got 3 overs left of the Pakistan innings. They need to get to that 150 mark if they can. They can get there if Shadab Khan can start hitting out here. Hans says, which will be worse, mushed, shared World Cup round or Domi Mostanaris drone about how he is an Indian or India fan, but England are his second team. Well, it looks like we are going to get a result in this match, hopefully. I'm quite surprised that we actually got this far into the first innings. Most people said we wouldn't have gotten this far tonight. So the weather forecast can say one thing, but on the actual day, doesn't really do it. So the weather holding for the time being. 3 overs left, 5 for 122. What can Pakistan get to? 150 they need. They'll back their bowlers to get that, I think. Here we go. Jordan in to Nawaz. This one's short. Pulled away, helped on its way down to fine leg for a single. Yes, and speaking of the weather is good. No rain in sight. Absolutely clear. Here we go. It's going to be Shadab Khan. He's going to be facing the music from Jordan. What can he do? Here we go. Jordan in to Khan. High in the air, doesn't time it, and taken at mid-off. Wokes takes the catch. They lose their 6th wicket. Shadab Khan gone for 20. It's 6 for 123 for Pakistan. The big wicket of Shadab Khan is gone. And England, well, they're pretty much on their way now, but this game ain't over yet. Good catch from Wokes. And disappointment on the Pakistan supporters' faces. Their heads slump, shoulders slumped. They didn't want to see that. Shadab Khan gone for 20. It's 6 for 123. It's going to be Mohammad Wasim to come in. I think he can give it a little bit of a hit. Let's see what he can do here. He's got to score some runs with Nawaz here. Hans says, let me rephrase that. Are your team hello, CFA Nation, or team all right? Hans says the GOAT. Well, Chris Jordan picking up that key wicket there. Yes. Another wicket down for Pakistan. That's not what they needed here. And Mohammad Wasim arrives at the crease. He scored 32 runs in this tournament, in his career. So they'll need every bit of those runs tonight. Jordan in to Wasim, defends. Back down the pitch for no run. Shadab Khan, again, we've seen from many Pakistan batters tonight, not really timing the ball, not really getting enough elevation. And that one did not clear Chris Wokes at mid-off, who takes a very simple catch. And for Pakistan, that's not the wicket they needed. They didn't need that wicket to happen there. Jordan in to Wasim. Didn't carry to backward point at Brook. It will be a run out. Oh, no, overthrows. What's going on? Oh, it's overthrows. They'll pick up 2 runs in the end. It's all happening here at the MCG. In the end, they'll pick up 3 runs and Jordan misses the stumps. It's calamitous. Absolutely calamitous. Where's the Betty Hill music when you need it? It would have been perfect for that. Oh, it was a comedy of errors there. Here we go. A drop catch from Harry Brook at backward point. He went for the run out, misses it. No one backed it up behind the stumps. Stokes was chasing it. In the end, they come back for some overthrows. In the end, Chris Jordan misses the run out. Calamity of errors. What was going on there from England? Oh, they made an absolute meal of that. Jordan into Nawaz. This one's hit to the fielder at cover for a single. Well, probably the luck Pakistan needed. What was going on? And that was a drop catch from Harry Brook there at backward point. And then he went for the run out, and unfortunately no one was backing up. And they went for some overthrows. Well, Pakistan will take them. In the end, it was 3 overthrows. So how costly would that be? Anyway, if Pakistan can somehow get to that 140, 150 mark, I think they'll be happy with that. Jordan into Wasim, who nearly hit it back onto his stumps. In the end, no damage done. It's the end of the over. It's 627 after 18. We got 2 left. 627 after 18. We've got 2 overs left of this first innings of the final, I should say. Hans says, Nick and Gabe have it all wrong. I am not a huge Jordan fan, but they don't like him, so therefore I'm cheering him on. G. Hans says there was a drop. Yes, it was. Hans says Brook wants to be sponsored by Pepsi, it seems. John says Benny Hill. Bet Jordan would look great in stockings and suspenders. Well, you needed Benny Hill music for that because it was an absolute calamity of errors. It would have been nice. Anyway, Curran in to Nawaz. This one's wide of off stump. In the end, swing and a miss straight through to the keeper for no run. Yes, wickets have fallen. Runs have been scored in this T20 World Cup final. Here we go. Curran in. This one short, pulled away through square leg from Nawaz. He'll pick up 2. They'll come back for 2. Good running. The wickets have fallen at the wrong time for Pakistan. That's not what they needed. And they needed to be on it from ball 1. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the case. It's been a bit of a stop-start innings in this final. Curran in to Nawaz, and he's hit it straight to Livingston, straight down his throat. Another wicket has been taken. That is the end of Nawaz. They're 7 for 127. Pakistan, they've just fallen away in this innings here a little bit. Sam Curran gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough. Nawaz is gone. He hit it straight to Livingston at mid-wicket. They've fallen away here, Pakistan. The innings has not had any momentum. It's been stop-start with wickets. Nawaz has gone for 5. It's 7 for 129. And I think Pakistan will be hoping that they can get to some sort of a score here that will be competitive. At the moment, they've pretty much lost it here. And you would say England pretty much got this game in the bag. But it's not over till it's over. And we've still got a long way to go in this final. England have to score the runs for it to be official. Jihan says, fallen away here, probably England's game now. Jay says, momentum lost completely. Well, it has been. As Shaheen Shah-Afridi comes at the crease. He's got 36 runs in his career. He's batted 8 times in T20 internationals. Well, they'll need every bit of those 30-odd runs tonight. Curran in. Afridi pulls this through mid-wicket for a single. Yet again, Nawaz and the Pakistan batter again, not timing the ball. It's quite a big ground, the MCG. You can't afford to mistime it. You've got to time it if you want to hit it over the rope. 141. I think they'll take that, Pakistan. Every run counts at a final. Hans says MCG should open a Chris Jordan stand if England win this World Cup. Curran in. This one's a short ball to Wasim. Swing and a miss, straight through to the keeper for no run. Jihan says, I don't get how this 14-year-old kid bowling 20 mile per hour is effective. Well, he's got a lot of help from the surfaces in this T20 World Cup, given the weather around and that, with the moisture, Sam Curran, and he's used the conditions well. And he's taking wickets, which is not a bad thing. And he's doing his job, I suppose. Curran in again. And this has worked to backward point for a single from Wasim. It's the end of the 19th over. We've got 1 over left. It's 7 for 131. Yes. 7 for 131, 1 over left. What can Pakistan do here? Game is not over yet. We've still got the second innings to go. England need to score the runs for it to be official. And we'll see what happens as we progress further and further into the game. But already you would say England quite happy with how things have gone at the moment. But they will know that this game is not over yet. So pretty good from Sam Curran. Good spell. 3 for 12 from his 4. And he's done pretty well. He's had a pretty good T20 World Cup. Hans says McGrath wasn't exactly rapid. It's all about brains over brawn. Curran has been bowling really smartly in this world. Yeah, that's right. You've got to have the smartness about you as a bowler and as a batter as well. Doesn't matter if you have pace or not. You've got to use your skills well. And he's been bowling well, Curran, and he's been using the conditions as Jordan bowls the last service. Swing and a miss from Wasim. Went to pull that. Too early on the shot. Didn't time it. Swing and a miss. Straight through the keeper. Dot ball. Pakistan. They need to get to 140. I think they'll take that. Pakistan supporters are looking a bit disappointed, a bit agitated. Crowd looking on in this final with some intenseness. Jordan into Wasim, swing and a miss again. Dot ball, building pressure. Good last server from Jordan thus far. He was a bit expensive in the last game in the semi-final against India. What can they do, Pakistan? They've been playing some good cricket throughout this tournament. Towards the back end of the tournament, they've been really playing well. Well, Butler. So it's been 24 balls since the last boundary was hit by Pakistan in this innings. Jordan in to Wasim. He bowls. It's high in the air, pulled high in the air onto the leg side and taken by the fielder Livingston in the deep again. That's another catch for him. Catching practice galore. And Pakistan lose their 8th. And Chris Jordan has got the perfect figures of 2 for 22, to quote the great man Richie Benaud. And no doubt Richie will be saying that's a marvellous effort, that. 2 for 22. Who would have thought? But very good catch from Jordan. They've just fallen away slightly here, Pakistan. They've just lost their way. And very good catch in the deep there from Livingston. And Wasim, well, he had to go. He had to hit out. He's gone for 4. It's 8 for 131. We've got 3 balls left in the innings. Only rain can save Pakistan now. They'll be hoping for rain. But it's not coming at the moment. I think we're going to get a full game in tonight. I think we're going to get a result. It looks promising. Garaus is catching practice. Jihan says, yeah, Chris Harris was painful to watch. Decent batsman there. Oh, yes, Chris Harris from New Zealand. Yes, the all-rounder. I think someone described him as a dibbly-dobbly, wibbly-wobbly sort of bowler. Chris Harris. And obviously a New Zealand commentator actually came up with that term once to describe a bowler. And he called him a dibbly-dobbly sort of wibbly-wobbly sort of bowler. Here we go. Jordan in to the new batter in Ralph. It was a short ball pulled away onto the leg side for a single. And Chris Jordan doing his job today with the ball. Hans says, Sam Curran, 3 a comedy rate in a World Cup final is pretty special. No idea how he did it, but he did it. He did. He did. And he's done well. And you can give him credit where it's due, because he's really bowled well throughout this tournament. Deserves, where he's at, helping the team, hopefully, to a T20 World Cup result tonight. It'll be the first time since England will win the tournament since 2012. Here we go. Short ball from Jordan. It's up and over. Top edge from Afridi, and will race away over Butler's head for 4. Well, that's what they needed. They're going to touch that 140 mark. Something to bowl at. Something. Jay says, take the pace off. Slower bouncer are hard to hit at this ground. Yes, they are, because of the size of it. And he swung at that one, Afridi. Tried to pull that, but he got a top edge. He got lucky, went over the top before. What they needed. Pakistan. Here we go. Afridi again. Last ball of this innings. What can he do? Last ball. Can he get Pakistan a 140? Jordan in. This one's a short ball. Straight through to Butler. Run out. Misses the run out for the bye. They'll get a single in the end, or a run out. In the end, they'll get a run out. And Pakistan finish on 8 for 137 from their 20 overs. Didn't quite get to that 140 mark, but for Pakistan, it's something. You never know. They'll be disappointed. They should have got a lot more than that. England, they only need just under 7 runs and over to chase this down. And we're going to have a break for the innings. And England, it's destiny in their hands. If they can chase it down, they are T20 World Cup champions. If they don't, well, then Pakistan are T20 World Cup champions. All will be revealed once we get this run chase underway. But Pakistan just lost their way a bit in that innings. Lost wickets at the wrong time. They didn't need to lose wickets the way they did, but unfortunately it happens. Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite them. But Hans says the goat is bleating today. John says with Harris, the batsman swung on Sunday, the ball arrived on Monday. Hans says sub 140 is a really bad score. Well, it's probably not what they wanted. They probably would have wanted a lot more runs than that. Jihan says, I made a joke after the Zimbabwe loss that Pakistan can't expect to win much with only 2 batsmen, but looking that way today. Yes, very important. Obviously, you've got to make sure that you have other batters that are doing the job and supporting you. That hasn't been the case for Pakistan today. It sort of fell away. Jay says England bowled amazingly in this T20 World Cup. Jihan says, but to be fair, only the Pakistani attack could defend 140. They can definitely do it. They've got the bowlers, but they will need to take their chances. Han says Nick deserves the credit. His hatred for Tom has made Sam angry. Gaurav says the winner should be ECB and Morgan, the way they completed the overhaul, their white ball cricket. Indeed. Well, as we got a break in the innings, I'm not sure where Gabe is. I don't know where he is. I was expecting him to come and stream today. I don't know where he is. Maybe he's asleep. Maybe he's getting ready. I don't know. Maybe he was coming on for the second innings. I don't know, but let's hope Gabe can join us because I don't know where he is. In fact, everyone doesn't know where he is at the moment, so he's sort of missing in action. So let's hope he can join us for the second innings or join throughout the second innings of this final. No doubt he will make the effort if he can. But anyway, we've got a break in the innings here. Han says, will Matthew Mott win 2 World Cups in the same year? Well, it looks like it. It looks like it at the moment, Han. All right, we've got a bit of trivia questions. Again, Pakistan and England, as we break for the innings, let's get straight into it, get your answers in, and we'll see who got them right. Okay, the first one. Question 1, which venue hosted the first ever T20 National between these two sides? Was it A, Bristol? Was it B, Dubai? Or was it C, the Oval? Or D, Karachi? And question 2 is, who has played the most T20 Nationals between Pakistan and England? Is it A, Adil Rashid, B, Mohammad Rizwan, C, Babar Azam, or D, Owen Morgan? And they would have added to their tally tonight. But let us know your questions in the chat. Before we move on to the next couple of questions, a bit of fun, a bit of trivia again. So let us know in the chat. Who do you think? Anne says, let me call Nevada State Penitentiary. They would know where Gabe is. Well, he was going to stream. He did say he was going to stream. And I was a bit confused whether or not to start my stream or not, because I didn't want to clash with, obviously, Cricket for Americans stream, obviously. So, yeah, I don't know. He did say he was going to stream. Come on. Hans says, question 1B. Question 2A. All right, the answers to those questions. For the first one, it was actually A, Bristol. Bristol. Back in August of 2006, they played their first T20. And Dr. Gian says question 1A. I was at that game. Yes, it was at Bristol. At Bristol back in 2006 in August. That was question 1. Question 2 is Adil Rashid. Adil Rashid, before this game, played 18 matches between the two countries, the most ever between the two nations. So it was, question 1 was A for Bristol, and question 2 was A, Adil Rashid. So those are your answers there. First one was Bristol, that was A, and Adil Rashid was A for question 2. John says question 1A, question D2. Well, you got one right, John. You got the first one right. The second one wrong. It wasn't Owen Morgan. It was Adil Rashid, who has the most matches in T20s between the two countries. All right. Question 3 and 4, it should say there. A bit of a typo from me again. I do apologize for that. So let's just gloss over that. Question 3. Who is the leading wicket taker in T20 Nationals? Is it A, Harris Ralph, B, Rashid, C, Shadab Khan, or D, Graham Swan between Pakistan and England? And question 4. Who was the leading run scorer between the two countries? Is it A, Babar Azam, B, Owen Morgan, C, Mohammad Rizwan, or D, Kevin Peterson? All pretty good T20 players. Get your answers in. And before we get ready for the second innings of this T20 World Cup. Answers question 3B and question 4B. Any more responses before we reveal the answers? Alrighty then. The answers to question 3 and 4. So who's the leading wicket taker? Han, you were correct. It was Adil Rashid. But if you said Graham Swan, that would have been the correct answer as well, because before this game, both of them had 17 wickets apiece. So they were tied for the leading wicket taker between the two countries. So, but in the end, if you answered Rashid or Graham Swan, you would have been right, because they had 17 wickets apiece. Question 4 is actually Babar Azam. Babar Azam. He got 560 runs before this game. He's added a few to that tally tonight, but it was Babar Azam, that's for sure. So a bit of trivia question there between the two countries. And we also have some more umpiring questions throughout this stream. And as we wait for the second innings to begin, we might as well go back to the umpiring questions again, like we did in the last stream in the semi-final, which is a great bit of fun to test your umpiring knowledge, to put yourself to the test. So we'll get the first one up, and then people can have a bit of think about it, because you need to think about these as we get ready for the run chase. And we're raring to go for the run chase there. Han says, I wanted it to be BB, so I could justify shooting Nick with a BB gun. All right, we're back to the umpiring questions again. So question 1, a batsman manages to get his bat down on a Yorker, only to see it roll back onto his middle stump. Both bails are disturbed with the two ends of each bail resting on the middle stump out of their grooves. The bowler, having continued to run, now stands over the stumps, waiting for the bails to drop. When they do fall, so he appeals on the ground with the bails. Completely lost that. Let me try and read that again. A batsman manages to get his bat down on a Yorker, only to see it roll back onto his middle stump. Both bails are disturbed with the two ends of each bail resting on the middle stump out of their grooves. The bowler, having continued to run, now stands over the stumps, waiting for the bails to drop. When they fall, let me try and read that again. Maybe I mistyped that answer there, because it doesn't really sound right. But have a go anyway as I try and find the right explanation to the question. I think I mistyped that section. It doesn't really make sense there to me. I'll try and read that properly for everyone, but I think everyone should have a good idea about it. I think it's a fairly obvious one. Here we go. As Butler and Hales make their way out to the middle. Okay, that question again. A batsman manages to get his bat down on a Yorker, only to see it roll back onto his middle stump. Both bails are disturbed with the two ends of each bail resting on the middle stump out of their grooves. The bowler, having continued to run, now stands over the stumps waiting for the bails to drop. When they fail to do so, he appeals on the grounds the bails are not in their start of play position, and the wicket is in effect broken. Is he right? Is he right? Is it out or not out? I think that's a fairly obvious one there. And we'll come back with the answer after this ball as Shaheen Afridi. He's got the new ball in his hand, and he's raring to go to get some early wickets here. So here we go. Afridi in to Butler. This one's full on his pads and whipped through square leg, and it's going to run away to the boundary. Won't quite get there. They'll come back for 3 at least. And they'll get off the mark with 3 runs. All right, back to this question. I think it's fairly straightforward, obvious for everyone. Jihan says not out. Han says this is going to depend on what dislodge means in the rule book. I'm guessing not out. John says not out. One bail has to completely off the stump. Han says, thank you, Han. I just had a bit of a moment where I couldn't really get the words out right. So I had to go back to the other notes that I had. Jihan says, surely the bails are to come off. And Afridi into Hales, drives this straight to mid-off for a quick single, and he's home. Han says, I wish Gay was here for the umpire questions. Might educate him a little on how hard it can be. Well, yes. Well, I don't know where he is, Han. He was meant to join, but I don't know. It would have been nice if he was here. Okay, the answer to that one is fairly straightforward. And if you want to know more about that, read Law 29, which is the wicket is broken, which explains it there. As Butler gets ready to face Shaheen Afridi, he's in, he bowls, and this one's an inside edge, and it trickles to find leg for a single, so for a couple of runs in the end there. So the answer to that is no. The bowler is wrong and the batsman is not out. The bails must be removed entirely from the top of the wicket for the striker to be bowled. In this case, they are not. So it's fairly obvious with that one there. So in the end, the bails weren't fully put down, or the wicket wasn't fairly put down. So in the end, the batter survives and he is not out. As Afridi gets ready to bowl to Butler, this one's in. Oh, good delivery. Good delivery there. Playing a miss from Butler. That was an absolute jaffer of a delivery. The angle across from the left arm of Afridi, angling the ball across from over the wicket to Butler, the right-hander. That one went across him, nearly got the outside edge. As Jihan says, that was a beauty. Han says he is in solidarity confinement. Han says, do the bails have to hit the ground? Well, the bails have to be removed fully for the wicket to be put down, Han. In this question, they weren't. So therefore, the batter is not out. As Afridi comes into Butler, again, this one's speared into his pads. And that one's going straight to mid-on for a single. Jihan says, no, they don't, Han. If the batsmen catch the bails, it's not out. Yep, pretty much. Jihan, yep. Gaurav says there was a beauty of a delivery. It was. Okay, we got question 2. And we'll get to that after this ball. After the first over is completed. It's been a good start from both sides. Here we go. Afridi, last ball into... Bowled him, knocked him over! He's knocked him over! Leg stump has been disturbed. Afridi does it. Last ball of the over gets Hales for 1. England 1 for 7 this game. It's got a bit of life into it now. What a delivery that was. Afridi. That one hit the middle stump, in fact. I thought he hit the leg stump, and in the end, it hit the middle stump. That's an absolute beauty of a delivery from Afridi. It is game on at the MCG. Hales is gone for 1. It's 1 for 7 after 1. Well, this game, it ain't over yet. Jihan says, wow. Definitely is well. Jihan says, swing and seam and pace. That's right. Han says, I mean, if they get caught in the wicketkeeper's pads or the batsman's clothing. If the bails get dislodged, Han, and it gets dislodged in their clothing, if the wicket's put down fairly, then it's it's out. So if both bails are removed, then the batter has to go. Phil Salt comes in. He hasn't really played a game all tournament, and he comes in now under the pressure. He's under the cosh. What can he do? This game is not over. Pakistan still are believing. Naseem Shah will look to help out Afridi and get a second wicket here. He's in to Buttler. This one's short, outside his outside edge. A lot of swing and movement there, a little bit too much. Get it a bit fuller, Naseem Shah. That was too short, and it did too much. Pitch it up slightly. That one was a little bit too short in the length. This one just jagged back into Buttler. And for Alex Hales, that was. Couldn't do anything about that. It just came back on the angle, swung down the line, hit the top of middle stump. Hales can only look, and he can say, well, I can't do anything about that. Shah into Buttler, who drives through the covers for 4, is it? It's going to the boundary, and it will be a boundary. John says Bales is dislodged and comes to rest in the keeper's pads. Out. Yes, pretty much. That was the last umpiring question there. Gaurav says no, this will be Hales. It has to be Hales. Well, it is. It's all on Buttler now. Jihan says Hales looked annoyed, had that look of "you're kidding me." Well, he did. He couldn't believe it. John says Hales is headed for the car park. Well, pretty much it is a car park underneath the MCG. Gaurav says to the covers. Jihan says nice drive. Indeed. Here we go. Naseem in again to Buttler. Drives this through the covers again. It's racing away to the boundary. It's a quick outfield here, and it will be 4 runs again. Back-to-back boundaries, much needed. Hans says, question 2. I'm guessing that because over has been called, it is too late. Gaurav says, no rains, please. Doesn't look like a Gaurav. All right. Let's get back to question 2. Now, as the umpire, you recognize that the batsman is clearly LBW, but there is no appeal, so you call over. The bowler starts his walk back, ready to bowl the next over. Suddenly, the captain of the fielding side, who has second thoughts on the LBW incident, calls to the bowler to stop and appeals. What is your decision? Is it out or not out? Does the appeal count? Does the LBW count? Even though the bowler was about to begin the next over. If you know the laws, then you would know this one. Single there, down to third man from Buttler, moves on to 15. I'll give you a bit of time to answer that before we have the answer. Two balls left of the second over of this T20 World Cup final. John says, I'll say not out. Jihan says over's been called, not out. Think about it carefully, I would say with this one. As Naseem bowls to Salt, this one's a full delivery, and Salt gets it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And he's off the mark. Hans says, the only laws that I know are the ones that Gabe breaks every day. Right. I can understand why people have said not out, because over's been called. We'll reveal the answer after this over. Obviously, I know what the answer is. Because obviously, I wrote these questions. Well, didn't write these questions. I got them out of a book. But it's pretty straightforward, really. And if you do know the laws of over and the appeals, you would know why the answer it is what it is. As Naseem bowls to Salt, this one works its way out through the leg side for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 21 after 2. It's a good start from Pakistan, good start from England. Got a game on tonight. The rain's not going to come. It looks like we're going to get a result in this World Cup final. Let's see what the answers are. Han says, surely there is a time limit, just like with DRS. You say that, Han, but we'll come to the answer here. All right. The answer to it is out, LBW. The appeal must be made before the bowler starts his run-up for the start of the next server. In this case, the appeal was made in time. So it's out, because you can still appeal for a decision before the next over starts, because the call of over doesn't mean you can't make an appeal. It's not official. At the start, if the bowler begins the next over at the start of their run-up, then you can't appeal. So they made the appeal before the bowler started their run-up for the next over, so therefore it's out. So if you want to learn more about that, read Law 31 appeals and Law 17 the over. It will explain it. But you will give him out LBW, the batter, because the fielding side appealed before the bowler began their run-up for the next over. So it's out. It was the Han, you say, is it the next over for this situation or literally the next ball? The next over, Han. So it was the last ball of the over, and then you had the appeal for the start of the next over. That's what the question said there. And speaking of an appeal, there was an appeal for LBW from Shaheen Afridi. And for LBW, Babar Azam has gone upstairs for a review. Let's see if this is out. Umpire gave it not out. I don't think it is, but let's see. Jihan says, I'll have 3 slips and a gully in. Yes, you got to go on the attack here. John says, these over-pitch deliveries have been leaking runs for all bowlers and all teams. They have. Han says, if England can see off Shaheen, they win this one comfortably, in my opinion. Yes. Jihan says, Phil Salt was born in North Wales, was he? That's good to know. Garaf says, not out to me. Oh, yeah, that's not out. That's missing leg stump. Yeah. I don't know why Pakistan reviewed that. That was a waste of review. That's missing leg stump. You can see all 3 stumps. You can see where the ball's going to go. It's going to miss leg stump. It's going to miss another set of stumps as well. Garaf says, impact leg side, and umpire's call. Well, clearly, you would think looking at that replay, it's not going to hit leg stump. It looks like it's missing. Han says, so a missed LBW on the 3rd delivery would be void if the bowler runs up for the 4th delivery. Yes, I would think so, Han. I think that will be the same principle. But in the case of the end of the over, you can still make an appeal if the next over hasn't started, if the bowler hasn't started their run-up. And that one's hitting leg stump, but it was umpire's call. So good decision by umpire Kumar Amasina. The impact was outside the line of leg stump. And good decision in the end. John says there was a desperate appeal or review. It wasn't a great one. Jihan says, I was wondering that, Han. Yeah, so, well, you can still appeal. It would be the same principle as the answer to this question if it's the last ball of the over. You can still appeal before the next delivery is being bowled, because an appeal will still be valid until the next ball is bowled in an over or before the start of the next over. So the answer to this question, as we said, is you will give them out LBW because the bowler didn't start their next over in their run-up. Jihan says, if Salt didn't play a shot there, is it out? Well, he did. Well, looking at that on the replay, it wasn't out because it was outside leg for impact. So it would have been still not out. And that's gone to the boundary from Butler for 4 runs. Didn't quite get that right, Afridi. Han says, so the next ball begins a new phase of play, but between overs, there is simply more time to think about it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And once the next over starts, you can't appeal for any decision before, because it's not fair, and obviously you've begun the next over. So that's what it says in the law. So if you read Law 31 appeals and Law 17 the over, it will definitely explain all the questions you may have, Han. As Afridi bowls to Butler, this one's wide outside off stump, driven to mid-off for a single. Jihan says, does impact matter if the batsman isn't playing a shot, though? Yes. But if it's impact outside the line, Jihan, it's not out. Like it was there, not out. So if he didn't play a shot, but the impact was outside the line of leg stump, which it was, you can't give the batter out It's just like if it pitched outside leg. Now, if the impact was outside the line of off stump and he's not playing a shot, then you can give them out, because obviously if it's outside off stump, it's fine. There's a Freddie's in. This one driven to mid-off for no run. Jihan says, for outside leg stump, it's a full toss, didn't pitch outside legs. Yes, Jihan, I know that. But you've got to think about the impact. Where was the ball in relation to the stumps on impact? And on there was umpire's call, because it was just outside the line and impact of leg stump. So you can't give it out. It's the same principle with pitching outside leg. You can't give it out. So it doesn't matter if it's a full toss or not. If the impact's outside the line, then it's not out. Of leg stump, you can't give it out. It's just like if it pitched outside leg. A Freddie in to Salt. This one's driven straight back to mid-on for a single to end the third over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 28. So I hope that answers your question there, Jihan. So, yeah, even if it's a full toss, the impact, if it's outside the line of leg stump, it's not out. And on that occasion there with the review, the umpire's call was impact outside leg. So in the end, it was the correct decision. So Jihan says, so if no shot is played, impact does count if it's outside leg stump, but doesn't count if it's outside off stump. So if it's outside the line of off stump and you're not playing a shot, then you can be given out LBW. On that last LBW appeal there, it was a full toss, but the impact was outside leg. So as an umpire, even though he didn't play a shot, you can't give it out because it's outside the line of leg stump in terms of impact. Even though it was a full toss, it's the same thing if it pitched outside leg, Jihan. So what Kumar Dharmasena thought there was that maybe the impact was outside leg stump, first of all, and maybe the ball was going down leg anyway. In the end, it was clipping the stump, but in the end, it was not out. So that was the right decision there. As Harris Ralph comes in to bowl his first over. Ganesh, I hope you're well. Hello, welcome. So that one's down the leg side, and this one's worked through square leg for a boundary from Phil Salt. Not quite getting the line right there. Pakistan, they've only got 137 runs. They can't afford boundaries. It's already 1 for 32. Jihan says, reason I'm asking is I've always wondered about it, but never seen it in play. Yeah. So it's just the same principle. If the ball pitched outside leg, it's the same with impact on leg stump. So it's not out. So in the case of that one, not out. Good decision by Kumar Dharmasena, because it was clearly outside leg with the impact. So, and as Ralph's into Salt, this one's driven straight to mid-off. Like a tracer bullet, but in the end, it's a dot ball. Yeah, pretty much, Han. You hit the nail on the head there. You say outside leg's an automatic not out regardless, but off stump and no shot is a batsman able to see the ball and not bothering, so a different circumstance. Yeah, that's right. As soon as if it's outside the line of leg stump for impact or pitched outside leg, not out. Automatically. So that's exactly right there, Han. As Ralph goes to Salt, pulled it straight to Intikar Ahmed. He's out. He's gone. He's hit it straight to him. Salt is gone. They've lost the second wicket, England. That was not the right shot to be playing from Salt. Didn't time it. Didn't really pick the gap. He hit it straight down mid-wicket's throat. Good catch from Intikar Ahmed. As Jihan says, catching practice. That's for sure. It was catching practice. He's gone for 10, Salt. England, they've lost the second wicket now. Hello, Barath. Good to see you. Welcome. I hope you're well, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Salt gone for 10. It's 2 for 32. All right, that gives us a perfect time for the third umpiring question, everyone. We've only got one more after this. I thought it's a bit of fun. All right, question 3. 2 fielders clash heads just as one of them makes a clean catch. The catcher falls down unconsciously, still holding the ball, but an impact with the ground, the ball comes out of his hand. Has he completed the catch? This one's a fairly simple one. We do see collisions in the game when fielders try and take catches, but what would you do as an umpire? Would you claim the catch? Has he claimed the catch? Is it out or not out? So I'll leave that with everyone to think about it as we talk about Ben Stokes, who arrives at the crease. Baraf, you say, as long as Buttler is in England's game all day. Exactly right. Harris Ralph into Stokes. He bowls. This one short of length, left from Stokes, outside his off stump, straight through to Rizwan for no run. Well, I'm very surprised that the weather hasn't really affected this game. We're going to get a game in. Who would have thought we're going to get a game in tonight? That's just unbelievable. The weather gods are smiling down on us. Hans says, question 3, I am guessing no, because it is a dead ball for the medical emergency. Very good answer there, huh? Ralph into Stokes, beats him. Straight through to the keeper for no run. 1 ball left of the 4th. John says, no catch, not in control of the ball / catch. Baraf says not out. Jihan says not out. You have to dispose the ball with control. Doesn't matter if you're unconscious. Gaurav says not out. Very good answers there. And it's a fairly straightforward one, this one. Fairly simple. And we'll get to the answer in a minute after this last ball, the 4th over. From Harris Ralph, who's into Stokes, yet to get off the mark. This one short of a length again. Stokes guides it straight to the fielder. Harris at point. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 32 after 4. All right. I think everyone pretty much got the answer there. It's fairly straightforward with that question. And we'll get to the answer here. There you go. So it's no, it's not out. Basically, the fielder must keep hold of the ball and be in control of his further movement. In this instance, as soon as the players collide, call and signal dead ball. This is especially important when there is a clash of heads resulting in a potential serious injury. Once dead ball has been called, nothing else can happen to her. So a wicket cannot be taken nor run scored. And that is spot on with everyone's responses there. You have to have complete control of your own movement to take the catch. If we go back to what happened with Herschel Gibbs, 1999 World Cup, and where Steve Waugh famously said to him, Herschel, I'm afraid you just dropped the World Cup there, mate, because he did not have full control of the catch. So basically that's what it means, really. So everyone got that correct. Well done. Good to see everyone know that when it comes to being out caught. Here we go. Naseem in, playing a miss, nearly an outside edge. Everyone went up. Naseem looked convinced, but he says, no, let's not review it. Oh, there's a bit of movement in the air, a bit of seam, a bit of swing for Pakistan on this greasy sort of surface here in Melbourne that's got some grass on it. It's good to see. Playing a miss from Buttler. He went searching for that. In the end, it's a dot ball. So Naseem into Buttler. This one short. Down the leg side. It will go for 5 wides. It will go for 5 wides. Pakistan. No, no, no. That's not what you need to do now. You can't afford to get the line wrong, I should say. You got to get it right. That was down the leg side, and Rizwan could not cut that off. It hit his glove. It went to the boundary for 5 wides. Pressure now on the Pakistan players. Pakistan under pressure. They're feeling the heat. Naseem, what can he do? Can he get a wicket? Can he get a breakthrough? In the end, Buttler pulls out someone walking behind the side screen. Going back to the questions of everyone's responses here. Baraf says, Nasser Hussain said there was just a slight drizzle. Jihan says, or if the ball popped out, you could just pretend to be unconscious and claim the catch. Well, it's up to the umpire's discretion. If it's a serious injury, you call a dead ball. If there's a clash of heads. Remember what happened to Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie when they collided in Sri Lanka. Remember that? Steve Waugh broke his nose. Jason Gillespie shattered his kneecap trying to take a catch. Oh, Naseem to Butler again. Pass his outside edge. Playing a miss. It's a dot ball. Butler feeling for the ball outside his off stump. Garaf says it's the control of the ball that claims catch. Yes, exactly right. Garaf there. Spot on. You've got to have control of your own movement to take the catch. And as I mentioned before, the one with Herschel Gibbs, he celebrated a little bit too early. And the rest we know is history and cost South Africa a place in the World Cup final. Or cost them a World Cup win, actually. Naseem into Butler, playing a miss. Again, outside his off stump. Butler just feeling for the ball. A little bit of movement from Naseem Shah. Look at that seam angling away from Butler. Well, with the conditions, Pakistan have to use them. And they're already using them at the moment. So they need just 6.5 runs, England. The run rate's 8 and over. It's in hand. They've got this if they just bat smartly. Here we go. Good shot from Butler. That's all the way for 6, is it? You better believe it. Down to fine leg. He's played the ramp shot. He gets inside the line of it and he smacked it over the rope. That's one way to release the pressure. Good shot from Butler. He's played that shot so well. Gets inside the line, sort of scoops it in the air like so many batters have done in the game these days. And catch it in the crowd. I think it was dropped. We've seen some poor crowd catching in this tournament thus far. Hasn't been the greatest. A lot of drop catches in the crowd. So here we go. 2 balls left off the 5th over. England making good headroads. Or headway, I should say, in the power play. 2 for 43. We got 1 over after this. Butler's the big wicket for Pakistan. Here we go. Naseem Shah in. He bowls this one. Beaten him again. Played all around that. Butler straight through to the keeper for no run. Well, he's testing them outside that off stump, Naseem Shah. With the ball just doing a little bit. That's all it needs to do. Jihan says, there was one I always thought was a bit dodgy. Murali catching Ganguly at mid-off in the 2007 World Cup. He threw it up immediately, continued to celebrate, then panicked. I didn't know about that one, Jihan. Barav says, yep, that Gibbs one was the perfect example. Yeah, well, was. A bit of a brain fade from Herschel Gibbs. You've got to have complete control of the catch. As last ball, the other outside edge, is it? Playing a miss again. Not out. Kumar Amasina is not moved. He says that's the end of the over. It's 2 for 43. Great bowling from Naseem Shah. Really testing Butler there. 1 over left of the power play of this T20 World Cup final for England. We get back to the comments here. John says, sir, the umpire should have automatically called dead ball on a head clash, regardless of the severity of the impact. Yep. Jihan says, then went to go back to try and catch it and couldn't get there, but Ganguly still walked off. Good morning, Renelle. Hope you're well. Great to see you. 95 off 90 for England. They've got this game in the bag if they can avoid a batting collapse. Here we go. Ralph to Stokes. He's not off the mark yet. Stokes defends back down the pitch to Ralph for no run. Pakistan, they're bowling their main guns now. And Ralph and Wasim keeping Afridi back. I think if you want to take a bit of a risk to win this game, you've got to look to win this game, take the risk. You got nothing to lose today. It's pretty much a T20 World Cup final result on the line. Ralph in to Stokes, who gets it to mid-off. Didn't quite get it past him for 4 runs, but it's a single in the end. It's a good result. Garau says, what a shot. Only Gabe could have hit it better than Butler. Hans says, Butler just put some more movement on that ball. 11 from this over. The last over that was. Pakistan, Haris Rauf, he's done well. 1 for 5 from his 1.2 overs a bit here. But Rauf says, Josh, you beauty, as Gabe would say. Say it? Well, yes, we're sort of missing tonight, Gabe. I thought he would have been streaming or jumping on now. Rauf into Butler. This one's short, and it's caught a wide by Murray Erasmus. An extra run, extra delivery for England. And that will help the cause. All right, we've got our last umpiring question here for everyone. We'll get that to the end of the over, end of the power play. We'll talk about it and see how many of you can get it right. I think it's this one should be straightforward as well. If you know the laws, of course, is Rauf into Butler. This one outside edge. Taken, yes! Gone! Butler is gone. That's the big wicket. England have lost the big wicket of Butler, the captain, the skipper. He's walking back to the pavilion. Wicket, big wicket. 3 for 45, England. Outside edge. He's been tested outside edge. Outside off stump from Mohammad Wasim. And now from Haris Rauf. And Butler finally edges one. Straight through to Mohammad Rizwan. He's gone. England lose the third. It's on now here at the MCG. Don't tell me it's over. It's on now. Butler gone for 26. 3 for 45. We've got a game on here, ladies and gentlemen, from the MCG. Woo-hoo. Come on, Pakistan. Can you do it? The unthinkable. Come back from so far behind in this tournament to lose the first 2 games, to win the whole thing, will be a remarkable story. One of the amazing comebacks in the game. Game on now. Butler's gone and the middle lotus exposed. Let's go back to this umpiring question to finish off. Well, a lot of things are happening as Harry Brook, the young batter from England, makes his way to the middle. He'll be nervous. His heart will be racing and he will be absolutely nervous. Big stage, MCG, nearly 100,000 people in. This is the biggest game of his short England career. Can he get England over the line? We shall see in the next few overs or so. He's out there with Ben Stokes, the senior partner. Haris Rauf has got 2 for 6. He's got his tail up. Last over of the power play, they struck when they needed to, Pakistan. Rauf into Brook, who defends. It's a dot ball. Pakistan up and about in the field now. Good to see that. Good to have the body language, project the body language and the attitude. Be it a positive one. Rauf, he is fired up. He's done pretty well at this ground for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash. That's where he made his name. Butler just fending outside the off stump. That's what happened in the last over with Wasim. He kept playing and missing at it. Didn't edge it. He edged this one and he's gone. Butler, the hero of Adelaide, is not the hero in Melbourne. Sean Tate, the bowling coach of Pakistan, looking nervous, but looking quite happy inside, probably. Not really showing his emotions on the screen there. Sean Tate, former Australian fast bowler, known as the Wild Thing, now the Pakistan bowling coach. Here we go. The Pakistan chanting now. Brook works it through mid-wicket. He'll get it past mid-on for a couple of runs. It will go to the boundary. Will it? It will. It's 4 runs. We'll add 2 more onto that. 4. Very good shot from Brook. Quick outfield here at the MCG. It's 4 runs, 4 glorious runs for England to unsettle, well, to get them back on track in the run chase. Haris Rauf not happy about that. He's got a wicket, got his tail up, got to finish off strongly now. Got to finish off the power play strongly. Here we go. Rauf into Brook. This one full, defended to backward point for no run. It's the end of the power play, end of the over, 3 for 49. We've got a game on here at the MCG. The rain is staying away. Thank goodness for that. The rain gods have smiled upon us tonight here in Melbourne. Right, we can finally get to the question. Everyone, question 4, the last question of our umpiring questions for this evening. A batsman sets off for a quick single, but collides with the bowler, and both fall to the ground, I should say. The bowler's arm lands within the crease, and the batsman's hand has his hand on the bowler's shoulder. A fielder throws down the stumps and appeals. Is the batsman in his ground? Let me know, what will you do there? Is the batsman in or out? Has he made his ground? That's the end of the power play. Shut Khan in. Going to bowl a bit of spin. John says, question 4, I should say out, but these have been tricky, so not out. Some obscured by law properly. Stokes says, wow, Stokes has a strike rate of 20. That's not really good. Shut in to Stokes, who works this to long on for a single. He moves on to 2. The 50 is up for England. Jihan says, England are gaining revenge for 30 years ago. Garau says, game on. Jihan says, geez, that was coming. Butler played and missed so many times. Well, he did. He finally edged one. Han says, question 4, I would say not out. Fielder obstructing the batsman. John says it's on now, and definitely it is on now. Jihan says, how deep is England's batting when under pressure? We'll find that out now, Jihan, because they're going to be put to the test. Khan into Brook, playing a miss, nearly an outside edge. In the end, it's a dot ball. Renell says, game on. Baraf says, that is huge. Fazan Khan, I should say. Welcome. You say Harris bowling to his fellow Lahore Calander in Brook. These two know each other well. Khan in to Brook, works it through point for at least a single. They'll come back for 2. It's a fumble. Pakistan, you got to be on in the fielding. Can't fumble. I know it's a bit greasy and a bit wet, but come on, Pakistan. The fielding's let you down in the years. Come on. You've got a T20 World Cup final to win here. You're in with a chance. Brook moves on to 6 with that couple of runs. Fazan says, Brook knows this Pakistani bowling better than Stokes. Brook is a PSL regular. Stokes has barely played these guys. Garau says, 2 mid-wicket. Jihan says, bet Sean Tate would have loved to bowl here. And I did, Jihan. I remember that game he played against Pakistan where he bowled 160. And he was fast on that occasion, that's for sure. But he was very quick, Sean Tate. Unfortunately, the injuries crippled his career. He only played 1 test for Australia. That was the 05 Ashes. Shut Khan to Stokes. This works its way out to cover. For no run, a dot ball, the notes. Saqlain Mushtaq taking the notes down as Pakistan coach. Khan into Stokes. Doesn't time it. Goes straight to long off for a single. End of the 7th. It's 3 for 54. Is there a twist and a turn in this T20 World Cup? We've had many of those throughout the tournament. Is tonight going to be the best game of the tournament? We shall see. Renell looking on. Baraf says, Sean Tate looking intense. Well, he is. John says, I assume England is ahead on Duckworth-Lewis right now. I think they are, John. Jihan says, 4 more overs for a definite result. Gabe would be happy. Absolutely, Jihan. Absolutely. But I think we're going to get the full game in tonight, I think we're going to get the full game in. It looks pretty good at the moment. I think we're going to get the full 20 in. Who would have thought before this game? Garau says, no, he is out. Garau says the batsman should be in with or without the bat. Interesting responses to the question here. Wasim. It's going to be Mohammad Wasim into the attack for the first time this evening. He bowls quick, looking to get a breakthrough here for Pakistan. If they get a couple of wickets here, then it's really interesting. Pressure on England. But let's see what they can do. Brass says, question 4. I think it's not out. Bowler obstructing the batter, remembering that Ryan Southbottom incident versus New Zealand. Yes, that was very controversial. Wasim into Stokes, works it out to cover in the deep for a single. Fazan says, win or lose, Pakistan have made this game already exciting, more than anyone fought at the halfway stage. Indeed, Fazan, I would agree with that. It is exciting. Gaurav says, obstruction to the batter, if intentional, then would be not out. Otherwise, it would be out. Jihan says they changed to 10 overs minimum for these finals. Yes, they have. So we're only 2 overs away from that happening if the rain did decide to pour down in Melbourne, which it does. So here we go. Wasim into Brook, and he works it through the covers for a single. All right. We'll get to the answer of this umpiring question. A lot of interesting responses, and I think most people have got it right. And in the end, it is not out in the end. We'll read that question. We'll read the answer to that question in a minute after this ball from Wasim. Wasim, only 2 runs from his first 2 balls. That's not bad. He'll need a wicket, though. Get a breakthrough here. Pakistan need a wicket before drinks. As we continue here with Wasim. Into Stokes. This one down the leg side. And it will be called a wide by Marais Erasmus. Okay. So the last answer for the question is he has not made his ground. No part of the batsman's body or bat was grounded behind the popping crease when the wicket was thrown down. He is run out on appeal. However, the collision between him and the bowler was accidental. For this reason, the striker end umpire could ask the fielding captain if he wants the appeal to stand. Should he say that he does, the batsman must be given run out. If it was clear that either the batsman or bowler had been injured during the collision, one of the umpires should call and signal dead ball. This prevents any further developments such as runs, wickets, or controversy. So there we go. That's the answer to question 4 there. So I think most people got that right with the responses, which is good to see. So good to see a lot of people knowing the knowledge of the laws there. As was seen into Stokes, this one trickles out to fine leg for a single. So if you answered that correctly, well done. And you get a point. So that's the end of our umpiring questions for this evening. Good to see so many people thinking about them and good knowledge with the laws there. Jihan said, if only Pakistan batted a bit better, England would be under complete pressure. They would if it was a score of 160, 170, yes, but you don't really feel like you're under pressure with 138. Wasim into Brook. This is down to long on for a couple of runs, and they'll come back for 2. So there we go. Bit of fun there with the umpiring questions there. 2 balls left to the 8th over. John says, I knew it would be more complicated than it seemed. Yeah, John. These questions I actually got from a book, which is quite handy if you want to learn about umpiring. It makes you think. And they're quite very detailed, so you do have to put a lot of thought into them. Swing and a miss from Brook from Wasim, and it's a dot ball straight through to the keeper. Try to back away to give himself room on the leg side. In the end, he missed it completely. And there is no run. Nearly got bowled there, but he was lucky not to be bowled. Last ball of the 8th over. We're 2 overs away from a result in this match. Wasim into Brook, into his body for a dot ball that hit him on the arm, on the funny bone of the elbow. He's going to have a little bit of a numb arm there. That's the end of the over. And Pakistan making a game of this. Hans says, if the batsman was Gabe, I would ask the fielding captain if he wanted to get a few digs in before he leaves the field. Bharaf says, cool. The laws are so specific and even descriptive. They are, Bharaf. That's more of a umpiring scenario. As I mentioned before, these questions that I got are from a book that are pretty detailed. Different scenarios, different situations, different conundrums. So I just thought it was a bit of fun because a lot of people asked me about umpiring questions. So I wanted to see how many of you guys could understand the laws. And many of you have done a very good job. So well done. And hopefully you can try umpiring, which is not a bad thing. You know, we get a bit of a bad rap as we do, but umpiring is such a rewarding job. Sadly, I get a lot of fun out of it. Harry Brooks being checked over because he got hit on the elbow off that last ball, the last over. Jihan says, why was the Ben Stokes overthrows only 5 and not 6? Didn't he run 2 before it went to the boundary? All right, Jihan, with this one, it should have been 5. It shouldn't have not been 6. Kumar Damasina got it wrong. And Simon Taufel said he got it wrong as well when asked about it afterwards. So for an overthrow at the instant that the batters crossed and before the ball went to the boundary, before the batters crossed, you count how many runs they ran before the ball went to the boundary. So in the end, it should have been 5 runs and it went for 4, didn't it? So you do the maths, how many runs they ran before they crossed, before the ball went to the boundary. That's how you're meant to, you know, work it out as an umpire. So it's a very hard thing to do that under pressure. Obviously, the player of the tournament. Obviously, we'll see who will be the player of the tournament. I'm guessing that you can vote for that. I don't think anyone's going to select the player of the tournament. I think it's up to the public. So it'll be interesting. We've got a lot of good choices here. We've got Hales, we've got Afridi, we've got Sky, we've got Curly, we've got Raza, we've got many players who are in contention for the player of the tournament. And we will find that out at the presentation come the end of this game. Hopefully we'll go the full duration. So to go back to your question there, Jihan, it's how many runs the batters made before the ball went to the boundary. So in the end, it should have been 5, not 6. So he got it wrong there, Damasina. Shadab Khan back into the attack. He's going to bowl to Stokes. And bit of a false start there. Han says, the laws are so specific because over the last 300 years, so many weird things have happened that they had to write the laws to clarify them. That's right. This one's worked out to square leg for a single from Stokes. That's right. The laws keep changing every year, make the game a little bit more simpler because a lot of people, when it comes to the laws, a lot of people can get a bit underwhelmed or overwhelmed, I should say, because there's so many laws to figure out. Shadab Khan in to Brook, works it down to long on for a single. That's the way England got to go about it now, pick up singles. But going back to the last question you answered, Jihan, I don't think they completed 2 runs before the ball went to the boundary. So that's why it's 5 runs, not 6. If they ran 2 and they went to the boundary as soon as they crossed, it would have been 6. But they didn't, so it was 5. Speaking of a boundary, that's a boundary for England. Much needed one. And Shadab Khan goes for 4. Ben Stokes gets a much needed boundary for his confidence. Jihan says, yeah, I'm pretty sure because he was diving for the crease and that would have been the 2nd run. It's from the moment they cross. So going back to that one, got to remember with overthrows, if it goes to the boundary and then you've got to add how many runs. It's from the moment they crossed. They didn't cross when the ball went to the boundary. So that's why it was 5 runs, not 6. That's usually how you work it out. And that's another single for Brook. Sorry for Stokes there. Sorry, my mistake, because he hit a boundary. Baraf says, but it was given out in that side bottom incident, which is why it became controversial. Yes, because him and Grant Elliott did collide like that, and he was pretty stranded there. And obviously, Paul Collingwood was captain of England at the time, and he probably regretted that decision. Maybe he shouldn't have gone through with the appeal. Khan into Brook, bounces down the pitch, hits this in front of square on the offside, through the covers for a single to end the 9th over. It's 3 for 69 after 9. And We've got an interesting game developing at the moment here at the MCG. Baraf says, who's my player of the tournament? Well, there's so many. I don't really know. I think maybe Sam Curran's probably the favourite because he's bowled pretty well. If England go on to win it, then probably he will be the player of the tournament. There's so many other players that have done well. Kohli, he's been scoring runs. There's so many other choices, throughout this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see who they select as the player of the tournament at the end of this final. Han says Sam Curran if England win the World Cup. Baraf says Sam Curran, the player of the match today if England wins. And this one goes down to third man for a couple of runs, no for one. And England move on to 3 for 70. They need 68 of 65 balls to win, to win their second T20 World Cup for the first time since 2010, which was in the Caribbean. Hans says, in that instance, if one batsman completed the second run and the other is diamond, but 20 centimetres away, does it have to be both batsmen completing for the run to count? I'll come back to that, Han. As Wasim to Stokes bowls, this one full on his pads and worked to mid-wicket for a single run out. No. In the end, he fumbled it. In the end, they'll get a single. Going back to your question there, Han, with overthrows, you got to remember as an umpire, it's from the moment that the batters cross. So when the ball went to the boundary, where were the batters? Did they cross for the second run or not? In the end, it should have been 5 runs because they didn't cross at the point that the ball went to the boundary when they were going for the second run. They didn't cross. So they only ran 1 run and it went for 4. So they completed 1 run, 4 overthrows. Should have been 5, not 6 in that World Cup final. So that's how you do it, really. So you gotta tally up how many runs the batters made before the overthrow happened. So then the umpire can signal to the scorers and say, yep, that was 5 runs. Rather than Kumar Messina went, that's 6 runs, which it wasn't. It was 5. So I hope that answers the question. Yes, I say Han, England have gone ahead of the 10-over pass score. Yes, they have. So if it did rain now, England would win this match quite easily on Duckworth, Lewis, Stern. John says Curran has been the most consistent regardless whether England win or not. Yes, he has. Here we go. And this one's punched through the covers for 4. The fielder can't beat it in the deep. And it's 4 runs. England, it's a runner ball now. It's 62 off 62, and Ben Stokes has dispatched Wasim to the boundary. 4 runs for England. And they're a few runs closer to winning this T20 World Cup. Pakistan, they'll be hoping that they can get another breakthrough here, get a couple of wickets. You never know. It's a runner ball now. Anything could happen. Here we go. Wasim in to Stokes, works it to cover for a single. Han, you say if a batsman completed the second run, then they would have crossed, but the other batsman hasn't made his ground before the ball hits the rope. Does that second run count? It doesn't really matter if they made their ground or not, Han. It's the law says how many if they crossed at the instance of the throw. This one's pulled away from Brook, doesn't beat mid-wicket. In the end, it's a dot ball. So it doesn't really matter if you made your ground or not. What the law says is you have to make sure that at the instant that the batters cross, you have to make sure how many runs they ran before the ball went to the boundary for overthrows. So it's the end of the over, by the way. And it's time for a drinks break as well. So that's how it works in principle. So as an umpire, under that sort of pressure, like the umpires were on that occasion with Stokes, You got to think about it logically. So how many runs they ran? Okay, they ran 1 run when they crossed. Okay, made their ground. The second run doesn't count because they didn't cross. And when the ball went to the boundary, they only ran 1 run. So that's how it works in principle, the law there. I will need to read the law again, but that's sort of the gist of the law, basically. But I'll have to read it again just to refresh my mind. Hans says, okay, so as long as they were running and crossed, that counts. Yeah. So in the instance of what happened in the World Cup final, they only ran 1 run. They went for the second run, but they didn't complete the second run, didn't they? So therefore, went to the boundary. It should have been 5, not 6. Yeah, you're right there, Jihan. Yep. That's what I was trying to explain because I had to read up the law again. But you said just looked up the law. They only count the runs completed up until the moment of the throw. Yep. Not when it reached the boundary. No. And then after that, you will plus how many runs there with the overthrow for 4. So when the throw was made, they only completed 1 run. Yes. It is a weird law, but you've got to remember that as an umpire. So they only ran 1 plus the overthrow that went for 4, so it's 5. If they ran 2, it would have been 6, but it wasn't 5 at the end of the day. It was 5 at the end of the day. Kumar Messina got it wrong. It should have been 5. Baraf, yeah, I know a lot of people gave him, hello, centre half forward. I saw your previous comment there. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the match. Good to see you back in the chat again. I hope you're enjoying the match, and we've got a game on, which is good. You say, Baraf, was Damascena fined heavily for that since it had a huge impact in a World Cup final? Look, he made a mistake, Baraf. He just made a mistake under pressure. That happens. And he signaled 6 to the scorers, which he shouldn't have had. It was 5 runs. He just made a mistake. I know people have crucified him for that. He's umpiring tonight's final. But as an umpire with that, you got so many things going in your head. Okay, it's a World Cup final. The game was heavily under pressure. Both teams were, it was a tight contest. You got a lot of things to work about. Said a half forward. Said, yep. That's good. That's good. Good that you're enjoying the match. Shattered Khan continues. This one falls short of third man for a dot ball, I believe. Yes, it was. Dot ball. Hans says, but if the ball didn't make the boundary, the runs that they make after the throw do count? Yes, they do. They do. So, so 61 off 58. And Khan in again to Stokes, who defends this back down the pitch for no run. It's been very good, this T20 World Cup final. We've seen it all. And we haven't seen the rain. Big talk about the rain. The rain hasn't come, which is good for the time being. Let's hope it stays away as we get a result. If we don't get a result, then a lot of people will. You don't have to remind me about that, Baraf. Dot ball again. Well, I haven't seen it, Baraf. But thanks for the heads up there. Yeah. That was quite an interesting World Cup, T20 World Cup final 2010. Single in the end for Stokes, finally off the mark in this over at 60 off 55. And, it was nearly a run out as well. The throw was wide. Brook would have been gone by a country mile. Not quite the best throw there by the fielder. Khan into Brook, works this through mid-wicket for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 79. Good over from Pakistan. And just the 2 runs from it. As we've got 11 overs done in the book. And if the game did stop here, a result would be achieved. And the match would be in England's favour because they're ahead on Duckworth-Lewis pass score at this stage. So going back to your question, Han, yes, the runs would count. If the ball didn't go to the boundary, the runs would count. In the end, it did, so bonus runs for England. Han says Dharmasena should have been rewarded for making Ian Smith even more salty. Renell says Pakistan ain't batted well at all, 137. Yeah, they just lost wickets at the wrong time. It's still game on. If they can get a couple of wickets, you never know. Let's hope there's a twist and a turn. Here we go. It's Shah in to Brook, playing a mess outside his outside edge. Past his outside edge, straight through the keeper for no run. And Renell says even the first ball that been bowled should have been out in the 2019 World Cup. Baraf giving me a heads up. Switch your screen off now. They are showing that England's win over Australia in 2010 T20 World Cup final. Yeah, don't remind me. Made it to the final, and unfortunately we couldn't get the job done. Swing and a miss from Brook again. Try to hit the cover off that one. 2 dots. Back to back for Pakistan. It's important to build the dots here. Build the pressure. Hans says, I made an over so far. Well, they got 2 runs from the last over there, so nearly a maiden over. Didn't quite finish it off there, Khan, but still a good over. Renell says if New Zealand did review, they would have been going to a super over. Jihan says England like to slow walk these wins if they lose wickets. The Trent Bridge 2005 comes to mind. John says game of missed opportunities for whoever loses. Naseem. And he's being dispatched to the boundary. Has he? No. Brilliant piece of fielding from Harris Ralph. Cuts it off for 4. He saved 4 runs. Brilliant piece of fielding. In the end, they come back for 3 runs. That's what you want to see. Commitment in the field. You want to see that commitment. And in the end, 4 runs have been saved by Harris Ralph. Very good piece of fielding from Ralph. Saved 1 run in the end, really, because they ran 3. That's a good piece of fielding there. Going to have a check for the boundary, but it looks good. And no boundary there, so good job from Harris Ralph. Renell says, would not have gone to a super over a mint. Playing a miss from Stokes. Another dot ball from Naseem. Baraf says, same as the India-Pakistan group stage match, rain fret loomed, not even a single drop on the day. That's right, Baraf. And we talked about the weather spoiling the party. But, it's been good so far. Jihan, you say, is there a way of looking up DLS pass scores? Just wondering if England lose another wicket. I think you have to get the table up, Jihan. Playing a miss from Stokes. Past his outside edge again from Naseem Shah. This is good bowling. Only 3 runs from the over and a few dot deliveries, which is good. A few dot balls, I should say. If you download the table, Jihan, go to the ICC website, go into rules and regulations, and go into, one of their explainer videos or something like that, Duckworth-Lewis. You'll find the table and use that as a reference. But I don't think we can access that on the outside. I think only at the ground we can only see that. Playing a miss again from Naseem Shah. An appeal for caught behind. The umpire says no. Maria Erasmus is unmoved. Well, Naseem Shah was convinced. He thought he heard an edge. They've only got 1 review left, Pakistan, because they burnt it on... okay, they're going upstairs. As I said, they wasted one on an LBW one that wasn't out. Renell says, very good bowling indeed. It was. We're about to see whether or not it's a wicket or not here. Came very close to Ben Stokes' outside edge. 3 for 82. Could it be 4 for 82? Pakistan are hoping it is. Anyway, let's have a look at this. Past the outside edge, the ball goes. Ooh. Now then, it's close to the face of the bat. Whether or not he edged it, it's another question. Let's have a look. He hasn't. It was close. It's a flat line as the ball passes the face of the bat. I don't think he's hit that. No, he hasn't. It's a flat line. Very close. Nearly. But in the end, poor review from Pakistan. 3 for 82 after 12. So not a bad over from Pakistan. Another quiet over. And they'll be looking to try and get the run rate up if they can. Baraf says, Rizwan just appeals for everything. Well, I think that's pretty much the same with all keepers. Baraf says flat line. Yes, it was. There was no spike at all. No spike. Very flat line indeed. So, in the end, England don't lose a wicket. And it's a dot ball. So Shut Up Khan in for his last over. And Brook works this away onto the leg side for a couple of runs. And he moves on to, if I can see it in a minute, where he's up to. Baraf says Erasmus is a very likable umpire. Yeah, he is. He's well respected by the players. Dot ball. Brook worked it to the fielder in the cover for a dot ball. That one, good delivery there from Khan. A dot ball. That one turning away from the right-hander and Brook. Up and over the top of covers. And out! What a catch! What a catch! A marvellous catch from Shaheen Afridi. That went to him like a bullet. And he caught it from nowhere. Unbelievable. The crowd are going nuts. Whoa. Let's just take a breather there and let's just admire this great catch on the replay. What a catch. Brook is gone. He hit that over cover. Extra cover. Brilliant catch from Afridi on the boundary. He couldn't believe it himself. Babar Azam is pumped. Is there a twist and a turn in the match? Well, I think there is. Brook gone for 20. It's the big wicket that broken the partnership. It's 4 for 84. England lose their 4th wicket. John says there is an online calculator. I won't post a link, but Google it. Don't want to post a dodgy link. Yeah, John. There's also a table. You can go on the ICC website and you can download the table. That's how I sent it to Gabe, obviously, to try and understand Duckworth-Lewis, which he said I could not understand it at all. So you go on the ICC website, you go and look for Duckworth-Lewis. You will find the table there, and that will give you the table so you can work it out from home. Shaheen Afridi's limping off. That's not good signs for Pakistan. After he took that catch, he's looking a little bit ginger, but he took a very good catch. But Pakistan will need him to bowl the overs. If he can't bowl, then they are in deep trouble because they're down a bowler, and that's not good. Moeen Ali comes to the crease. The other bowlers have got to do their job now. Afridi's limping. There's a twist and a turn in this game right now. He's trying to stretch out his leg. But I think he'll be saying to himself, I'm all right. Get me back out there on the park. I'm here to win a T20 World Cup for my team. And he'll be saying that, that's for sure. Just when he went to ground there, his knees dug into the turf a little bit there. So probably a bit of jarring or something like that. I'm not a medical expert. But it was a very good catch. He moved well. Khan in to Ali, pushes this through the offside, through the covers for a quick single. He's off the mark straight away. Gaurav says England making a close match here. Jihan says great catch. John says on again, a twist in the tail. Well, it certainly is. That was a very good catch at long off from Afridi. And that's quite a big boundary. And for Harry Brook, he did not time it at all. And for Shadab Khan, goes past Shahid Afridi for the most wickets in T20 cricket. This one hit straight to the fielder at cover for a dot ball from Stokes. He's the key now for England. He's in, he's set. He's the established batter. He has to do the job here. Baraf says gone. Yes, it was. Ronell shocked by that great catch, you say. Khan in. This one short. Worked through. Past the fielder at cover. They're looking for two. They will come for two. And they'll get it easily in the end. End of the 13th. We've got 7 left in the final. It's 4 for 87. $138 for England to win. Could it be a twist and a turn in the game? Baraf says, is there a twist? There could be. Jihan says, Brook looked a little bit edgy there. Yeah, he didn't really quite look at ease. Understandable. He's a young kid. Being in this situation's quite nerve-wracking. Unfortunately, for him, he made a good 20, though. Good contribution. And hopefully that'll be enough to get England over the line. Ronell says England making this a 2016 final. Jihan says, oh dear, he's limping. Yes. John says Afridi has done a flat lock there. Oh dear. Marash says Shaheen is limping. Catch, but at what cost? And Ronell says, get Stokes out and it will be more interesting. Here we go. Naseem Shah back into the attack to Ali. Bowls and Ali. Hits it straight to, oh, run out. Oh, no. Oh, if the throw was a hit, direct hit, he would have been gone, and he was nowhere in the picture. Absolutely nowhere, Moeen Ali. In the end, they get a single. It was nearly a run out, and it was Ben Stokes, nearly a run out there. Moeen Ali said, let's go for the run. Stokes slipped halfway down the pitch. He was out. He was well short of his ground. Here we go. Naseem to Ali. Bowls. This one short. Pulled over. Long on. Didn't quite time it, Ali. They'll come back for a single. Barav says, this chase feels very much similar to the one England did against Sri Lanka. Similar target, 140 odds. Stokes holding one in. Yes. But they lost wickets and they nearly made a mule of it. They nearly made a very difficult run chase look even harder than it should have been, really. Jihan says the run out is on here with Moeen in. Well, if Nick was here from Cricket for Americans, he would have said his Moeen Ali pun there. No run Moeen or something like that. Got run out on a no ball. Moeen Ali during the IPL. John says another missed run out. Ronell says another missed chance. Yes, you got to take them. Here we go. This one, a dot ball from Naseem. Very good delivery. It's now 50 off 39, so Pakistan are starting to put the screws on now. Baras says Hayden is chilling. Looks relaxed. Well, yeah. Well, he'll be calling for calm. That's for sure. But he's been a very good mentor, Matthew Hayden, for sure. Jihan says, kids bowling so well. Naseem in to Stokes. This one defended behind square for no run. Ronell says, no in, Ali. Don't run. Yeah. Now, if you're from Cricket for Americans, you would know that with Nick. One of his puns that he says. For us, it's no in. Yes. I thought it was. Joshua, welcome back. You say, oh my God, what a match this is turning out to be. Yes, it's been a pretty good final thus far. And thank goodness the rain has held. we're going to get a full game tonight. And they'll be pretty happy because I did not want to hear Gabe's rant about about the trophy being shared. And obviously he would be going off again. But I don't think he needs to do a rant because we're going to get a result either way. And that one's a dot ball to mid-off for no run. It's been a good over from Naseem. Only one single from it. Now, we've got a problem here for Pakistan. Who do they go to? Afridi's off the field because he's injured. He's still got 2 overs left. You've got Naseem. He's going to be bowled out here. Then you've got Ralph. He's got 2 overs left. You've got Wasim for 2. Shadab Khan's already bowled out. So where does Babar Azam go from here? We'll definitely go to Ralph or Wasim, one of them, and hope Afridi can come back out very shortly. Last ball, the 14th. Here we go. Naseem into Stokes. Works it to backward point for a quick single. End of the over. 14 down. It's 4 for 89. 6 overs remain. Let us know in the chat. Who do you think's got this game now? Jihan says, is it a different table for T20 cricket? No, Jihan, it's pretty much the same, actually. Yes, sorry, my mistake, yes. The table that the ICC have on their website is for one-day cricket. I'm not sure where you can get the T20 table from. But the table that's available for the public on the website, it's for one-day cricket. But I suppose you can use it for T20 cricket as well, I'm guessing. I'm not sure about that, Jihan, but I'm pretty sure there'll be 2 different tables there. John, yes, 80,000. We just saw that on the screen. Good news for Pakistan supporters. Shaheen Afridi's back, and that's important for Pakistan if they're going to win this game. He's got to bowl 2 overs, and those 2 overs will be very critical. The chanting, Pakistan, Pakistan. The flags are waving. It's like 1992 all over again, where they won that famous game many years ago here. Can they do it again in 2022? Well, they've given themselves a chance. Shaheen Afridi's back. Here we go. Ralph is about to bowl the 15th over. He will need a wicket. Here we go. Ralph into Stokes. He's in. He bowls this one short. Outside edge, is it? No, there was an appeal. Mohammad Rizwan looked excited. Kumar Amasina said no, but it's a dot ball, plain a miss. That's good for Pakistan, not good for England. Looking to build the pressure with dots here. But going back to your comment there, John, yes, 80,000, brilliant to see that for a World Cup final. And given that the weather was a big part of today and tomorrow, the weather gods have really smiled down on us tonight, and we're going to get a full game in, which is unheard of 24 hours ago. But that's a good thing, I suppose. Here we go. Ralph to Stokes, drives this through the covers. He's looking for 2. He'll come back for 2. I think Stokes has done an injury here. He turned, and then he was limping a little bit, I think. Didn't quite get the turn right there. He slipped a little bit with his spikes. He looks to be okay. He's got to get the job done for England. Let's have a look. He went for a little bit of a slip here. Yeah, just pulled up a little bit there. The bat sort of just dug in the turf, and his spikes didn't really quite get into the surface with all this rain and moisture around. Ralph in. This one short. Stokes works it to backward point. Was it a drop catch? Or did it carry to Masoon? I don't know. In the end, they ran a single. I think it was a drop catch. Or did it carry or not carry? Let's have a look at the replay. Let's have a look. Did it carry to backward point? No, it didn't. It bounced. So not a drop catch there. And Ben Stokes flashing at that one. He hasn't really looked at his best tonight. Baraf says Nawaz is the only option if Shaheen is out. Well, Joshua says Shaheen is back. He is back. Cyan says it's England's game to lose. USSA Cyan, all they need to do is rotate the strike. Yes, it's fairly simple, but when it comes to a T20 World Cup final, not very straightforward. Single to mid-on. 45 required off 32. Baraf says if they had been an India-Pakistan final, would have broken the 2015 ODI final attendance record, 94,000 plus. Yeah, that was a big crowd for that game. Australia, New Zealand, of course. Gian says, how many times has Stokes played a miss? Well, he's played a miss a lot. As Ralph in to Stokes. Yet again, a play and a miss. An appeal from Rizwan for caught behind again. Umpire Kumar Messina says not out. And it is a dot ball. But more importantly for Pakistan, dot ball. Baraf says fell just short for that catch there at backward point. Jihan says Ben Stokes will take it to the 19th, then hit out. But I think that will be the plan because he's not really timing the ball at all. Mohammad Rizwan's very excited, but that was nowhere near the bat. Completely missed it, Ben Stokes. Anyway, Rizwan keeping the energy up, I suppose, behind the stumps. And here we go. Ralph, what can he do? Wicket here. Dot. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Bowls. And this one's crunched. Pass mid-off for 4. That's not the way to finish the over from Ralph. It was expensive. That last ball will cost them. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 97. Probably not the right delivery there from Ralph. I think he took the pace off there. Got to be bowling pace here. Ben Stokes has been struggling with the timing. You don't want to bowl deliveries like that to get him back into some time and some form with the bat and get some timing back, I should say, in rhythm. Garasas to the covers. It was. Joshua says Rizwan just jumping up and down. Yep. Renel says Pakistan need to get him out. If not, no close match. Shaheen Afridi's back. And this is it. This is the crunch moment. If he gets a wicket here in these 2 overs. Now, we've got to remember the Duckworth-Lewis score currently is 98. England are 1 run behind Duckworth-Lewis. So they've got that in check pretty much. And I don't think the rain's going to come because, you know, we're nearly finished this match. And I think we're going to get a result tonight. Jihan says, wrong time for the slow ball. Baraf says, just 21s off the last 5. Pakistan have pulled it back. Yes, they have. It's now 41 of 30. Pressure starting them out. They've got protection. They've got a third man, a deep point. They've got a backward square leg, a mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. John says, calculated 91 is the pass score. If the game is rained out now, 15 overs. Yeah, they just had the pass score on the screen there, John, and you're about 7 runs out there. They said 98 for the pass score now. So we can safely say that England have got Duckworth-Lewis under control. As Afridi bowls, this one's full and wide, outside off stump, playing a miss, and it's a dot ball. Shaheen Afridi not looking at his best, but it's a T20 World Cup final, and he'll be saying, well, I may be injured, but I'm not going to not bowl my 2 overs here. I'm going to give it my all. Good delivery, outside off stump. Ali was late on that shot. Try to glide that down to third man or behind square on the offside. You can see Afridi not really getting through his action. And you can see he's just limbering there. Something wrong. He's not really getting through the action. And he's walking back. Or yes, I think he's just pulled out here, Afridi. He can't bowl another ball, so someone else will have to bowl his over. Yeah, just that injury there. Good call from him. You know, the Pakistan supporters admired that. Given it his all, unfortunately, his body can't really take any more strain. And he'll have a rest on the bench. His teammates, the support staff, patting him on the back, saying, well done. You did your best. Itakar Ahmed is coming into the attack. Joshua says the dedication from Afridi is admirable. It is. Itakar Ahmed into the attack to finish off Afridi's over. And Ali works this down to long on for 1. He's got to bowl tidy over here, Itakar Ahmed. That's a big blow for Pakistan. The bowler down. They have to rely on Itikar Ahmed. Surely not for Pakistan. They'll be having memories of what happened against India. And they had that game sewn up. Here we go. Ahmed into Stokes. This one's down the ground. Is it out? No, just falls short of long off. Was it a chance? I think it was. It was the captain. He's put him down, I think. Let's have a look at the replay. No, it bounced. It bounced. It bounced. It bounced. He saved the boundary there. As very good from him there. You got to go for the catch there at long off. If you don't get it, save the boundary, and he did. It didn't carry. Ahmed into Ali, works it down to long on for another single. Ronell says, why come back to bowl Shaheen? Jihan says, Nasser Hussain is a happy chap. Well, he would be because he's obviously from England. And he'll be happy that England are doing well. Here we go. Itikar Ahmed to Stokes, gets it past. Extra cover for 4. This game ain't over yet. He's getting England back into this match. It's 34 of 25. Ben Stokes is looking ominous. Gets it past the fielder at extra cover. Straight into the fence for 4. Hit with power. Oh, it's danger signs for Pakistan now. In again. Stokes down the ground. Is it out? It's over the rope for 6. It's over the rope for 6. Stokes has done it again. This game is 28 of 24 now. He's got him back into this match. It's the end of the 16th over. It's 4 for 110. Is there a twist and a turn in the match? 4 for 110. Ben Stokes finishes off with a 4 and a 6 to end the over. This game is going down to the wire. Ronell says, good call. He'll be disappointed, but that's the right thing to do. May ruin your career. Yes. If you can't bowl anymore, he tried it out for one ball. Unfortunately, just wasn't really going for his action there. John says, I was using an online calculator just to see how accurate it was. Obviously, it's not too accurate. You're around about 7 runs off there, John. So close enough. It's okay. Ronell says, Pakistan, so many chances. Almost got Stokes out again. Garaf says that was a bullet. That was hit like a bullet. Baraf says you could see it in his run-up. He was still limping, unfortunately. Yes, he was. Garaf says Ben Stokes again. Here we go. Wasim in to Ali. This one's hit over cover. Is it running away to the boundary? It is. It's 4 runs. It's now a runner ball. And England have got this game. You would think it's back to a runner ball. They did very well to get it back, Pakistan, and claw themselves back into the match. But this one's hit over cover for 4 from Moeen Ali. In his right area there, it just sat up. He was able just to hit that over cover straight into the boundary rope. Well, not having Shaheen Afridi has set them back here. Pulled away from Ali. It's 4. Down to backward square leg for a boundary. And England are coming back, and they're on track to win this game now. But you never know. 20 of 22. And Moeen Ali hit that towards backward square leg, and he got it for 4 runs. The England supporters are cheering. They're happy. The Pakistan players have got some faces of concern. They're under pressure. Shaheen Afridi is a big blow. Here we go. Wasim in. This one's full onto the pads. Down leg side from Ali. Get a single to long on. It's 19 of 21. 3 balls left to the 17th. Jihan says that was a mishit. Ronell says Stokes, the man, bringing it home. Joshua says Stokesy. Garaz says to the covers. Ronell says it's over for Pakistan. Joshua says Moeen Ali is in his CSK form. John says that injury is costing Pakistan dearly, such is life. Barav says from Carlos Braithwaite, remember the name, to Ben Stokes, remember the name Redemption. Redell says, Pakistan had 2 chances to get Stokes out, but couldn't. This one's pulled away through backward square leg. It's running away for a couple of runs, not quite to the boundary. And Stokes and Ali have got this game now for Pakistan. It's 17 off 20. Pakistan need a wicket. They need something. Is there something left for Pakistan? This game is slipping away slightly. You would say now it's England's going to lose if they... Here we go. We'll see in full delivery to Stokes. Punches it to mid-on for a quick single. 16 off 19. Pakistan, is there any hope left for them? You would think all of that hope is now gone, but you never know. They could do something here. You never know. Cricket's a funny old game. Could there be a twist and a turn in this game? It's been exciting. Here we go. Last ball, the 17th over. Wasim about to finish the third. England know that they're 16 runs away. Here we go. Short, up in the air. It's over the top of the keeper's head for 4. Over the top for 4. It's 4 runs to end the over. Not what Pakistan needed. And England are 2 shots away from winning this game. They have played some very good cricket in this T20 World Cup, and they deserve their victory. They only need 12 runs. It's only 2 hits. They could finish it off in the last over. This could be the last over of the match, but I'm surprised that we've got a match, that's for sure, tonight. And you would say they've got this game now, England, in their grasp. They've got 2 hands on the trophy just about. But you never know. 12 off 18 required for Pakistan. Ronell says there's nothing left for Pakistan. Joshua says, do you think it's going down to the 20th over? It could finish in this over. I don't think it will. 2 shots would do it. John says the body language heads down for Pakistan. Yeah, it's not looking good. Very negative. You can see the Pakistan supporters and the Pakistan team, they've got very negative body language. They're feeling quite down. Not England. You can see Livingston very happy. He's very animated. Bit of the fist pump there from Livingston because he knows that England are not far away from winning this game. We've got 3 overs left. What can happen? Ben Stokes is on strike to Ralph. He's got a strike. He's got to get a new batter in. Here we go. This one in to the body of Stokes from Ralph. It's tucked around the corner on the leg side behind square for a single. It's now 11 off 17. Singles are the order of the day. Jihan says, yeah, but it would. On South Africa would lose it from here. Could be. South Africa obviously not really doing well. Hans says, very smart batting not to panic early with all those dots and then unleashing the death with all those wickets in hand. That's right. And they haven't really lost their heads there since England. It's been very clinical from them. Ralph in again. This one full, driven to mid off for a single. And it's now 10 off 16. It's now just a matter of time before we get a result here. And you would think England, they're pretty much home now. It will take a miracle for Pakistan, a batting collapse of some sort. But you have to say with Pakistan, you know, they've had a pretty good tournament towards the run home. To even be here is an amazing challenge in itself. Ralph in to Stokes. This one's worked towards third man for a couple of runs. Could be an overthrow. No, they'll settle for 2. And it's now within England's grasp. 8 off 15. This game, you would think, is almost done. And Pakistan will be the runners-up, we would think. And England will be the champions of the T20 World. And they will celebrate long into the night. But it's not official yet. They will still have to get the 8 runs to make it official. But they've pretty much got this in the bag. Here we go. Ralph into Stokes. This one's a dot ball. Defended back down the pitch for no run. And it is a dot ball. Well, Butler looking quite happy, and he should be happy. He's captained pretty well. Ben Stokes hasn't been at his best. He's had a quiet tournament throughout this T20 World Cup, but he's delivered when England needed him the most today, and he's really played a very good knock here. Good partnerships that he had. And the best team you would think have won the tournament. This one's short down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, is it? No, it's not. One for the over. 8 off 13. One ball left to the 18th. John says, still a little something in this pitch, but too late now. Yes. There has been a little bit of assistance there for the bowlers. Jihan says, the best team has won. Took England a while to get going early on in the tournament, but they've been dominant. They have been. They've been the best team. And they deserve their victory today. Here we go. In Ralph. This one short. This one full into the body of Stokes. Works it to point for a quick single. And they now need 7 off 12. End of the over. It's 4 for 131. We've got 2 overs left. I think it will be done in this over. And England will be T20 World Cup champions. And it will be a very, very good win for them and a well-earned result. And who would have thought tonight's game actually got a result and the rain didn't come? All that fuss about the rain didn't even come. Not even a single drop. And we got a result. So last over, you would think, of this game. 7 off 12 required for England. They're moments away from winning this World Cup. As they usually say in England, it's coming home. World Cup is coming home, obviously referring to the Soccer World Cup, but the T20 World Cup's coming home. And they'll be singing that on the streets proudly. And it's coming home, that's for sure. And here we go. Full delivery from Wasim. They'll get a single in the end. It's one hit now. One hit away now. 6 off 11 for England to win their second T20 World Cup title. They won in 2010 against Australia in the Caribbean, and they were about to break the drought. It's taken them nearly 12 years since that last win, and a lot of England fans are nervous. Here we go. Bowled him! He's knocked him over! Knocked him over, Wasim! Ali's gone. He's bowled for 19. 5 for 132. Pakistan, still something to smile about. A late wicket there. But it's not going to be enough, as England will win this game. But good delivery from Wasim. Full and straight at the stumps, and Moeen Ali's got to go. Yeah, got a bit of an inside edge on that and chopped it on. And very good delivery there from Wasim. He got a wicket. Moeen Ali's got to go for 19. It's 5 for 132. Liam Livingstone will be the new batter at the crease. And he will have probably the easiest job. Just try and hit it over the rope and finish off the job here, Liam. And you'll be a T20 World Cup champion. Renell says, England joining Windies as 2-time champions. Nightmare. Yes, they are. Baraf says the first team to hold both the ODI World Cup and T20 World Cup simultaneously. Yes, they will be. Baraf says happy for Butler, can never hate him. Han says, I think Australia got lucky sharing the points and not having to face England. I think you're right there, Han. It would have been an absolute one-sided game. Renell says Ali gone. Joshua says, wow. John says the dreaded 19th over. It is quite dreaded. 6 off 10 required for England. Jihan says all the hype about India, Pakistan, New Zealand, and South Africa, but England have quietly snuck up on everyone. They have. So here we go. Livingstone off the mark to long on for a single. It's 5 off 9. And Livingstone has done his job. He's off strike. Give it to Ben Stokes. Let him finish off the job. He's played well. 47 he made. He's still out there. Pakistan, not their night tonight. That happens. but they should be proud of their efforts in this T20 World Cup. To even make it to the final after losing the first 2 games the way they did is unbelievable. Here we go. Full toss from Wasim, driven through the covers for 4. It is 4. It is. It's over now. The scores are leveled. England are going to be the T20 World Cup champions of the world right here at the MCG. This game has finally going to end in a result after all the rain. But what a miracle that the final has not even been rained out. Didn't need to go into Monday. Got the job done here. Ronell says Livingston will finish it off. Han says Pakistan, yes, got a wicket. Oh, so Pakistan, never mind. Livingston is out next. So here we go. The last ball you would think of this T20 World Cup for 2022. Ben Stokes will have the honour of hitting the winning run. Pakistan have the field in. Looking to put pressure on Stokes. Here we go. Wasim, last ball of the T20 World Cup final, you would think. Stokes, it's a play and a miss. Straight through to the keeper. Dot ball will have to wait for one more ball. England are getting a little bit nervous, but they've got this game and they will win by a very good margin of 5 wickets if they can do it. But it's been a very good T20 World Cup campaign for England. You would have to say they were the favourite team to go through. Here we go. Last ball of the final, you would think. Wasim into Stokes. Pulls it away through mid-wicket. That's it. It's all over. England win by 5 wickets. And they are the T20 champions of the world. And they have defeated Pakistan with an over remaining. And Ben Stokes, as he did in 2019, is the World Cup saviour. And he's done it again for England, Ben Stokes. And all of them run onto the field, hugging each other, embracing. And they deserve this victory tonight, England. They have played the better cricket, and they are the winners. Their second T20 World Cup, 2010 and now 2022. The fireworks go off at the MCG. Everyone's celebrating. The final wasn't a washout. And in the end, we got a result. Congratulations, England. And for Pakistan, commemorations. And you have to say to Pakistan, it was a pretty good campaign from them in the end to try and get to this stage. But unfortunately tonight, England was simply the better team. And they deserve their victory this evening. England have won, my mistake, by 5 wickets. And they are the T20 champions of the world. And the final has ended in a result. And who said about the rain? The rain never came. The rain stayed away. And England are the winners of this T20 World Cup in Australia. And that is the end of the tournament. And that is the end of the T20 World Cup for another year. And we move on to the West Indies and USA in 2024. But it's been an interesting tournament. Let's have a bit of a debrief and catch our breath there. Pakistan, in the end, have done what they needed to do to try and get to the final. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And for England, it was a very convincing performance in the end. You would have to say the better team won, the favourites won heading into this tournament. They are the best team in the world. They are the World Cup champions, and now they're T20 World Cup champions as well. And it has been a very good campaign from England. And here's the replay. Ben Stokes hitting the winning runs through mid-wicket. And he knew it straight away. And what a cricketer he is as well. Had a quiet tournament, but he played his best innings for the final. And unfortunately for Pakistan, it wasn't to be tonight. But you have to say they played pretty well as well in the end. And that is the end of the final. Congratulations to England. They are the T20 World Cup champions of the world. Whoa, we need to catch our breath there. All happening there. Well done, England. And we'll get through the comments. Joshua says, still putting on my money on England. All their players can bat and rotate strike. Well, yes, well, they got the job done. Gaurav says, done and dusted. England can celebrate. It's over. Renell says, we need Gabe here, do we? We need Gabe just to say it's over. And it would have capped off the evening quite well. Joshua says, England. Renell says, congratulations, England. Hans says, I cannot imagine how disheartening it must be to get a big wicket and then see England then see that England still have 4 or 5 more who can smash you waiting in the shed. Yes, they're quite intimidating, their batting lineup. Baraf says Stokes or Curran, who's player of the match. I think it has tipped in favour of Stokes with how close this match has gone. You would say Stokes will be the player of the match. Probably Sam Curran will probably be the player of the tournament. Han says, congratulations. Very funny there, Han. Joshua says Pakistan actually did very well. Unlucky for Afridi in the Pakistan team. And Jihan says, ended Australia's short run as T20 champions. Well, it did. But look, Australia was not always going to win back-to-back titles. It's never happened in T20 World Cups. Baraf says the Shaheen injury was the turning point. It was definitely a big blow. Jihan says Pakistan relied on their bowling too much to cover up for their average batting lineup after their openers. Han says the good guys won this one. John says Stokes for the player of the match and Curran for the player of the tournament. I think that could be right. Han says Gabe already had his one phone call. Baraf says Nick jumping in jubilation somewhere right now. He will be unbearable, Nick. It'll be interesting to see what Nick and Gabe do when they have a talk about the final, of course. But in the end, you will have to say it has been a very interesting T20 World Cup and final. Hans says losing Wood in Milan was just as big as a blow as the Shaheen injury. Yes, but they didn't need them, Han. Didn't need them. Didn't need Mark Wood. Didn't need Milan. They still got the job done, England, and they managed to get it done. As we wait for the presentations, as we wait for the presenting of the medallions and the speeches and the trophy, what was your favourite moment in this T20 World Cup? There were so many favourite moments. Let us know in the chat. What were your favourite moments? What was the main standout for you in this tournament? A lot of great moments in this tournament. A lot of great games that, went down to the wire. We saw a lot of great performances from batters and bowlers. We saw great team performances. We didn't really see too many one-sided games. Obviously, the semi-finals were a bit one-sided. And we saw some games throughout the tournament a little bit one-sided, but majority of the cricket was good. The quality was good. And it was a pretty good tournament, that's for sure. So as we wait for the presentations, we'll get ready just to summarize this tournament and conclude our T20 World Cup coverage on the podcast. It has been an amazing ride, but I think most people will be delighted that the tournament is now over and we can move on and we can look forward to other things in the Australian summer. We'll talk about that a little bit later on as we wait for the presentations. We'll be here until the end of the presentations and then we'll sign off. As we wait for the presentations, let's have more of a discussion and a chat. Hans says, Nick jumping. Have you ever seen him? More like he moved 1.5 millimeters and cracked a smile. Marav says, Captain England beaming in interview. Nick's smiling somewhere. Well, obviously, Nick will be asleep. It's around about nearly 4 o'clock in the morning over there. So he will be asleep. But when he wakes up, he'll be saying, you know what? It's a good day to be an England supporter. He'll be telling himself there, England, deserving winners. They by far the best team throughout this tournament, and it showed in that semi-final against India. They just played the good cricket in this game tonight. John says, surely Nick and Gabe have nothing to whine about now. Yes, John, because as we know, Nick and Gabe weren't happy about the rain, about the abandonments, and saying what happens if this game was washed out. In the end, we got a result, and it didn't even rain at all. Didn't need the covers. So I think the weather forecast was a little bit wrong. In the end, it was a good effort to, get the game done today, given the weather around. But we got a result, and that's the main thing. So Nick and Gabe don't have to complain about that, John, and we don't have to hear rants about about the ICC and how displeasured they are with them. But in the end, we didn't need to go to the reserve day. In the end, we got a result today, and that's the main thing. Hans says Afghanistan, India, and Pakistan winning sweet is my favorite moment. Well, I'm not sure Afghanistan won a game throughout the whole tournament, Han, but they had a bit of bad luck with the weather. Obviously, a few abandonments and a few games that were washed out from them. But they're the only team that didn't win a game in the tournament. Everyone from the first round to the Super 12, except for Afghanistan, everyone won a game, which was pretty good in a T20 World Cup, I suppose. John says, does Nick even have a 3 lines cap? He'll probably get one probably after this. John, I don't think he has an England cap. I do know he has an Indian cap, which he wears from time to time. But no doubt he'll be ordering the England cap with the 3 lines on it, that's for sure. But he'll be very happy, and he will be unbearable, probably. But Raf says, Zimbabwe winning versus Pakistan, Netherlands winning against South Africa. Yeah, there were 2 pretty big upsets, that's for sure, throughout this tournament. But T20 cricket's unpredictable, isn't it? You never know who's going to win. Han says, are England playing an ODI in Adelaide? Yes, they are, Han. If so, will you go and watch them? They are playing the first ODI on Thursday, Han. I won't be able to go and watch it, but I'll watch it from afar, obviously. Take a little bit of a break from live streaming. Tonight will be our last live stream for a while. I may stream one of the ODIs during the series. I don't know which one. Maybe the last one. Obviously, doing the live streams like this is great fun, but doing it by yourself, it takes a lot of energy and saps a lot of energy from you. So I'll be glad just to take a break for a little while on T20 World Cup. Am I really optimistic about the Australia ODI series with England? Not really all that much, because Glenn Maxwell's now injured and Australia not playing good cricket, and England, I think they've named an inexperienced squad. I haven't seen the squad because I haven't really paid attention to that. So I'll get the review out. I'll get the preview for the ODI series out next week for people to listen to, my thoughts on the series, which is basically a warm-up series at the end of the day. Doesn't count for qualification or anything. So really it's a pointless series if you have to be honest about it, because there's no qualification for the World Cup because they already played the series in England. So it's more preparation for next year's T20 World Cup. And then we get into the Test summer with the West Indies. So I'm looking forward to the first Test match of the summer, looking to sit back and just watch some good old-fashioned Test match cricket and look to see how Australia will go about it this Test summer. But it's quite interesting. But I hope that answers your question, Hart. Hart says, even when Nick is awake, he's asleep. Baraf says, that Vandermeer catch off Miller was a moment of this tournament. It was a big moment. If Netherlands didn't catch that, Pakistan would not be here tonight. So I think for the Netherlands, they will be hoping for a bit of a thank you or a bit of something from Pakistan. But definitely without the Netherlands winning against South Africa, it would have been very difficult for Pakistan to even be here in the final tonight. So they did well there. Baras's curly six of Ralph over long on at the G. That was a pretty good shot, wasn't it? Jay says, both teams played well. England well-deserved. Congratulations. Yes, absolutely. They played the better cricket. Pakistan weren't at their best tonight, but they should be proud of their efforts as well. You know, to lose the first two games the way they did and to be still able to qualify for a final is unbelievable because everyone thought they were gone. In the end, they weren't gone and they were able to have a bit of luck on the way. But Hans says, Sky failing versus England was a great moment. I wish Gabe was on when that happened. Yes, it would have been interesting to see his reaction there. Hans says, Gabe has a 3 liars cap. It just has his face on it. Jay says, one thing is Nick loves some Chris Wokes. Yeah, he had an okay game tonight. Didn't really have a big impact. Hans says, if you do go, give Wokes a love letter from Nick. Nah, I won't be going, Han. I won't be going. If I did go, maybe. Jay says, Jody won't like it. Hans says, do you reckon Australia match up better with England in ODI than T20s? I think so. It depends what sort of squad they have, Han. Because I had a look at the England squad ages ago when they announced it, and I can't remember who's in it. Obviously, Butler's in it because he's captain, so he'll be playing on Thursday. But I think England have named an inexperienced squad. There was a lot of younger players that I didn't even heard of in the squad. So I think for this ODI series, you would think Australia should win, given that England don't have their best players available because they've played in the T20 World Cup. Obviously, they're not going to play 3 ODIs and back it up, obviously, are they? So I think Australia would win this series. I have to look at the squads again for England, that is. I know what the Australian squad is because we know Glenn Maxwell's out injured because he fractured his leg at a birthday party yesterday, which is a freak accident. So he's out. Sean Abbott comes in to replace him. So I think in ODIs, I think with this series in general, I think they do match up better, I think, Australia. If you're talking about overall, I think England are ahead. And I think they're ahead of everyone else, to be honest. But I think for this series, Han, given England's squad that they've selected, given Australia's squad, I think Australia should do enough to win the series. Given that England don't have all of their best players that will play in that series, because some of them will be rested after this T20 World Cup, will they? So, and that series starts on Thursday, so it's a quick turnaround. So I would say overall, you will have England ahead of Australia by a big margin. For this series, you probably think Australia should be ahead of England to probably win this series, I think. But you know, that starts next week, and that's going to be interesting. So that's what I think on that, Han. Yes, to say, is it a pointless series? But it is England, so some nice money for Cricket Australia. Yeah, it is. But in the context of the series, Han, it's pretty pointless because it doesn't count for the ODI Super League. Because Australia and England already played the series that counted towards the qualification for the World Cup next year. They played that 2 years ago in England. England won the series 2-1. Australia won the last game at Old Trafford when they chased down 300 with Carey and Maxwell making hundreds. So I say it's a pointless series because there's no context, there's no relevance. It's just plopped in just because of preparation for next year's T20 World Cup. And this ODI series against Australia and England will be the last ODI series of the summer because I think everyone would remember South Africa was meant to come out here. They're not coming out here because they boycotted the series because of their new T20 league in South Africa. So this will be the last ODI series of the summer before we get into the test summer. And then that's it for the Australian summer this year. So, yeah, obviously it's money, it's revenue. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you look at it at purely based on a meaningful series, it's pretty pointless, really, because there's nothing riding on it. There's no points for qualification. Doesn't count to the ODI Super League. If it did count towards qualification, then it's a meaningful series, but it's not. So that's why I sort of address it as a pointless series, in my opinion. And it's just a series just for the sake of it, rather than just having relevance. So as we wait for the presentations of this T20 World Cup, and thanks for joining us, everyone. It's been an interesting final, that's for sure. England have won by 5 wickets. They are the T20 World Cup champions of 2022. Their second title after they won in 2010. Jay says, I agree, Australia's good in ODIs. John says the ODI series will be an Aussie whitewash, of course. Well, let's hope Australia can win the series. Maybe they should win the series quite easily, but nothing's easy in cricket, as we know. So it could be a little bit of a tight series, maybe. But be interesting to see what happens on Thursday with the first game in Adelaide. Hans says hopefully some of the Dutch players make it to the CPL, BBL Blast and 100 after this World Cup. Hopefully it'd be good for the game if they do. John says, will Milan play? I'm not sure if he's in the squad or not. I'm pretty sure he's not in the squad. I have to check that. He may be in the squad. I'm not sure. I don't think he is. We'll have to check that, John. But I do know that some of England's main players will not be in the series. Butler will be because he's captain. I don't think the other guys will be in there. No Mark Wood. Obviously, Ben Stokes is retired. I don't think Livingston's in. So they've got a lot of the younger players there in the squad. So be interesting to see how they go in the series. And I've got to look at their squad again because I haven't really looked at it since I looked at it the first time. And that was before this tournament started. Baraf says Netherlands have qualified directly for the 2024 T20 World Cup by finishing 4th. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. They've booked their place next T20 World Cup in 2 years' time, which is good. Good for the Netherlands. And they had a pretty reasonable T20 World Cup. Did well in the first round. The Super 12, they had a few tough games, but they won against South Africa, and that was the highlight for them. And John says, plus Australian crowds to like their ODI matches, so not pointless as a cricket series. No, it isn't. What I mean by that, John, is just the relevance of the series, because there's nothing writing on it. Because the ODI Super League was meant to add relevance for qualification for the World Cup. And seeing that Australia already played that series in England, this series here doesn't really equate to anything. It's just pretty much a warm-up series and preparation, that's all. So that's why they brought in the ODI Super League, because they wanted context and relevance to ODI series in bilateral ODI series. So we're having the presentation, and as you do, both teams are on the ground, and Pakistan looking, disappointed, of course. For them, not quite getting over the line tonight. So it's very hard to just hear the presentation and be out there as the losing side. But I think for Pakistan, they should be happy about their efforts today. And also in this tournament, I think they should be proud of what they've achieved as a squad. I think the influence of Matthew Hayden certainly helped them in terms of the mentorship and his ability to make players better. Really helped them in this tournament. For England, the dominant side really in this game tonight. They played a very good semi-final against India, and they are the number 1 team in the world now, winning this T20 World Cup. The match officials are getting their medallions and mementos from tonight's final, and they did an okay job, and no doubt they'll be pretty pleased with their performance tonight as a group. And very important to acknowledge the umpires and the role they play in the game. Obviously, being an umpire myself, it is quite an important role. And they're getting their mementos on the stage, and And now we're ready to move on with the presentation here. Hans says Stokes can walk on the field before the first ODI in a nice suit and parade both World Cup trophies for his adoring Aussie public. Well, he's better off doing that back in England, Han. I don't think he'll have a warm reception. But no doubt he can add ODI and T20 World Cup winner to his resume, Ben Stokes, because he's won both of them. Han says Matthew Mott is a double world champion in 2022. That's pretty phenomenal. I wonder why the Aussie men's team never gave him the job. Yeah, he's quite a good coach. We've seen what he's done with the women's team, and he's done very well with them over the last few years. He's done well with England. It was a bit of a shaky start for his coaching tenure. England weren't doing well, especially against India and South Africa in those home series. But he's turned it around with Butler, and they're able to win a T20 World Cup tonight. So, yeah, he's a very good coach. He's got a very good cricket brain. He knows the game well. I don't know, Han. Maybe Australia did ask him for the men's job. Maybe he said no or something. I'm not sure. Anyway. But he's a very good coach nonetheless. You know, what he's done for the women's team and what he's done for this England team now has been pretty remarkable. And wherever he goes, he's got success. And we continue with the presentations. And we're not far away from both teams accepting their medallions and England from lifting the trophy. We'll be here until the end of the presentation. And it's going to be Pakistan about to receive their medallions for being runners-up tonight. And they will get presented with their medallions on the stage. John says, according to Wisdom, Milan is in the squad. Is he? Well, he's pulled a bit of a groin, so I don't think he may play for the first game on Thursday, John. So I think he'll be out there. So I think he'll be ruled out for the first game. And obviously it's the ODI series. You know, as I mentioned before, it's not really a series that counts towards qualification for the World Cup. So I don't think they'll risk it. I think they'll play someone else and don't take that risk. Pakistan getting their medallions presented by, I believe it's the dignitaries and the officials who are a part of the ICC, of course. And for Pakistan, wasn't their night tonight. Baraf says umpiring has been really impressive in this World Cup. I have to give that. It's been not bad. It's been okay. They've made a few errors, which you expect, but they've come back strongly and they've gotten them right. So I think the umpiring group will be pleased with their performance in this tournament. It hasn't been easy with the wet weather. It hasn't been easy, dealing with that. So they've done a very good job, I think. From my experience, I'm just speaking from my experience. It's a very tough job being an umpire, and it's not easy. So, especially when you're umpiring international cricket, it's 10 times harder than umpiring lower levels of cricket. That's for sure. But the umpiring it's been okay. Han says, do you think having an Aussie coach helped England in these conditions? You would think probably. Having that experience from Matthew Mott obviously helps. Someone who's known the conditions. That could help as well. Maybe because England just have a great team, Han, and the players can adapt under different conditions and they know what to do. So there's a mixture of that, past experience as well, prior knowledge. So it does help as well. But it's definitely helped for England. He's done a pretty good job. And, your first few months as England coach to win a T20 World Cup, I don't know how long he's been in the job, but to do it in your first few months as England coach is not a bad strike rate, and it's pretty good. Hopefully next year, hopefully England will be hoping to defend their 50 over World Cup title. That's going to be tough in India, but you never know. That probably the favourites to win that as well. And England, the winning team, won by 5 wickets tonight, and they'll be accepting their medallions. And they'll be getting ready to hold up the trophy and looking to celebrate long into the night. And I think it'll be long hours in the morning for them. And they are T20 World Cup champions of the world, and rightly deserved. Hans says, I don't see why he would say no to the men's team, and then go and coach England. Surely all Aussies want the Aussie job first and foremost. Yes, you would. Maybe other circumstances. He probably said, it doesn't really suit me. I don't really want to coach all 3 formats. I think if the coaching job, they weren't going to split it. And I think that's why Matthew Mott didn't do it. I'm pretty sure he went for the job, Han. But I think the factor that prevented him from doing it or saying yes, was that I don't want to coach 3 formats. I don't want to be on the road for most of the year coaching all 3 formats of the game. And he decided to go with the England job because that was only coaching the one-day and T20 side. You don't have to worry about the test side. That's Brendan McCullum's business. So I think that's why he said no to the Australian job, because with the Australian job, they were pretty adamant that we're not going to split the coaches. And as soon as it's like with England, with Rob Key, what he said about England is that you got to split the roles up because you'll get the best talent going for the job. If you ask like a Mahela J. Warden or a Ricky Ponting to go and coach England, all 3 formats, the answer they will say will be no, because I don't want to spend most time of the year away from home. So as Rob Key did for the England job, he said, well, I want to split them so you get the best talent offering for the job. And in the case of Matthew Mott, he said, yes, this will work for me because I only coach the ODIs and T20 side. Whereas with Australia, that would have been 3 format job doing the test, ODI and T20, and that probably didn't suit him. So that's why I think he probably turned it down. And that's why he went to coach England, because of that reason. Baraf says Sam Curran, player of the tournament. And rightly so. Han says, I wish Steve Muckner was getting a medal here. Game would explode. He probably would. He probably would. Baraf says, Ramiz Raja presenting those medallions. Yes, he was. To the Pakistan team. He was quite happy about their performance, and unfortunately couldn't quite get over the line tonight, Pakistan, in the final. So Butler speaking, he's having his interview. He's looking pretty happy, of course. And this T20 World Cup, England will be very happy to achieve their goal, which is to win the tournament, and they've certainly done that. And as we get ready to see England lift up the trophy, and they're moments away from doing it. I'm pretty sure they're eager just to get on with it and, look to celebrate long into the night and thank the supporters and fans. It's been a very long campaign. So the team's on the podium, and they're about to get this party started, if we can say that. And I think they're just wanting Joss to hurry up and finish speaking, and let's get on with the celebrations. It's been a very good T20 World Cup for them. Pakistan, obviously, disappointing result tonight. But for them to be runners-up after the start they had was a pretty good effort from Pakistan, and they should be proud of that, to be able to come back and be in this position to play in the final. So here we go. Butler is about to receive the T20 World Cup from one of the dignitaries, one of the officials from the ICC. I think it's the chairman. And here we go. England, T20 World Cup winners. And they celebrate, and the party has begun. And, that has brought to an end the T20 World Cup for 2022. The fireworks going off at the MCG. Everyone's celebrating, everyone cheering. England jumping up and down, like celebrating like this is the biggest party on earth. And rightly deserved winners today. And there we go. Well, who would have thought, hey, after the rain, after all the talk about the rain 24 hours ago, we finally get a result and we have crowned a T20 World Cup champion in England. Let's have a quick summary of the match and talk about, well, how did this T20 World Cup final went down, because it was a pretty interesting match. John says, good night. It's all been a pleasure. It's my pleasure as well, John. It's great to have you here as always. Thank you. And thanks for joining us. So a quick summary, everyone, about what's happened in this final. Well, quite an interesting final, really. Pakistan won the batted first. England won the toss. They chose to field first. And in the end, Pakistan posted a score that you would think wasn't really enough. In the end, 137 for 8 from their 20 overs was a little bit below par on this MCG wicket. They needed something 160, 170 to be competitive. Obviously, the highest scorer was Shan Masood with 38. All the Pakistan batters didn't really get going. Mohammad Rizwan, Nazam failed. Opening partnership wasn't good. And sort of fell away, really. The bowling for England was pretty good. 3 wickets for Sam Curran. He's by far the best England bowler, 3 for 12. In England, in the end, chased down the runs, 538 from 19 overs, 1 over to spare. And Ben Stokes, the top scorer, with 52 not out of 49 balls. And for the Pakistan bowling, it wasn't ideal losing Shaheen Afridi. He was out injured. They were a bowler down. In the end, they weren't able to close the deal. So, yeah, disappointing from Pakistan. And very, very good performance from England. So that's pretty much a summary of the match. And this T20 World Cup has come to an end, which has been a very good tournament. And we say goodbye to the T20 World Cup and we move on to other things throughout this Australian summer, which we'll talk about as we end this live stream tonight and we say our farewells. Baraf says, good stream, Jack. Keep giving us those umpiring questions and trivia in the future streams as well. Fun and knowledgeable. Thank you, Baraf. We like to, make it fun, have some, have a good time, basically. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. And I hope you enjoyed it as well. Thank you for your comment. Thanks for joining us. And I hope you have a great night. And we see you back in the future, Baraf. But thank you for the kind words there. And thanks, everyone, for watching us. To everyone who's joined us, it's been great. I just wanted to say it's been fantastic. The support we've received from everyone subscribing, liking the stream. It's been fantastic. This T20 World Cup was pretty good to watch. Interesting cricket, very exciting cricket at times. And now it's over. And we can now move on to other things. But yes, thank you, everyone, for supporting the channel, watching the streams. I really do appreciate it. Also, a big shout out to, obviously, Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans. I appreciate their support. Thanks to everyone who subscribed to the channel because of the shout out they gave me on their latest video, which was very touching. I felt very honored and touched by that. Yeah. So thanks, everyone, for subscribing and coming over to check us out and see what we're all about. So it's been fun throughout this T20 World Cup. Our next episode of the podcast, that's going to be coming out this week. That's going to be the final match review between Pakistan and England from the MCG, reviewing where did it go right for Pakistan and England, where did it go wrong for both teams as well. Where was it won and lost in this T20 World Cup final? So that's our next live stream. That's coming out sometime next week. Next episode, I should say, not live stream. In terms of future live streams and watch-alongs, this will be the last watch-along for a while. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. It's been great, but these get pretty tiring after a while. So I'm going to take a little break from the live streams and watch-alongs, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. We've still got a lot of cricket to come over the next few weeks, months of the Australian summer. We've got the ODI series against Australia and England. That's starting Thursday. Preview for the series is going to come out next week as well. We're going to be doing match reviews. We're going to be doing reviews of the series. We're going to be doing more watch-alongs and live streams. We're going to be streaming the test matches between the West Indies and South Africa. We're going to be streaming the BBL. So there's a whole lot of cricket still on this Australian summer. And this T20 World Cup has just started the Australian summer off, really. So there's still plenty to come, really. Baraf says, bye, Jack. Cheers and good night. Good night, Baraf. I hope you had a great night. And once again, thanks for joining us. And we hope to see you in the future. But as I was saying, everyone, it has been a very good few months, really. And once again, thanks for the support, everyone. I really appreciate everyone tuning in, subscribing to the channel, really backing us and making the channel grow. And I appreciate that. I really do. And I hope everyone has some fun as well. We're here to have fun, talk about cricket. That's what we're here for. So as I said, we've still got a lot of things on the podcast. We're not done yet. There's still a lot of cricket to cover in Australia. We'll be talking about everything. We'll be reviewing everything. We'll be live stream, watch along everything in the Australian summer. So stay tuned for all that on the channel. But so our possible next live stream could be the last ODI between Australia and England. That will be in Melbourne. Could be that one. Could be the second one. Make sure you check out our YouTube channel so you know when we're going live. But thanks, everyone, once again for supporting us. It's been a great T20 World Cup. Thanks for the support, and thanks for tuning in. And this live stream tonight marks the end of our T20 World Cup coverage on the podcast. It's been great fun, and let's do it all again in 2024 when we go to the West Indies and the USA. Before we go, remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and click the bell to make sure you get the latest episodes of the podcast. Be sure to like and share our Facebook page and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Most of the podcasts now available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now, everyone.